Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning to you.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, honorable members.
Morning, Honorable Chair.
Good morning, honorable. How are you?
Very well yourself, Chair.
I'm okay. May I kindly call this meeting to order, if you may allow me? I now invite our committee secretary, Ms. Edna, to present the credentials of delegates and to confirm the quorum for the meeting.
Honorable Chair, if you could please give me a minute. We do not have a quorum yet. I'll let you as soon as we do have a quorum.
I hope that that is in order. We'll give you a minute.
Okay, thank you. One, two, three.
Babu Makakula niphilile Swazini.
Siapila, and how are you?
Siyaphila tata.
Yeah, it's good to meet in this format once more. How I wish we were meeting physically.
Yeah, it's about time we get to meet physically, because the failure of getting a quorum means members are engaged in the domestic setup elsewhere. But if we're to get away from home and be elsewhere, we'll be able to meet in our full numbers.
Yes, Honorable Chair. It's nice, very delighting to hear from you. But may I still, this time while we wait for the formal start of the meeting, just an issue of housekeeping. Can I? Very
Yes, you
informal.
may. Yes, you may.
Yes, Chair. I admire your visibility in the chair. You are up and about. Thank you very much for that. But may I just suggest or inquire, why hold these sessions on a weekend? I have had to put aside my church commitment. You know, weekends are so bad with some of us. Is there any compelling reason why we hold these sessions on such awkward days? Because I could understand when we say we are physically meeting in Johannesburg, there's nowhere you can go for your home errands or for your church activity. But when you are here, the chances are such that you get disturbed or disorganized socially. Check. Some clarification, please.
Well, that is noted, honorable member. But I suppose the sole reason why we have to meet on a weekend is so that members' diaries are clear for the whole week. However, I've taken note of your concerns, and I'm sure our Secretary General is also all ears, and she'll be happy to address herself to that question, seeing as so many of our countries in the region have opened up somewhat to religious activities, and Sunday being one of those specific and special days. But I'll leave it to the Secretariat, but it's duly noted, and I'm sure several of our members have those concerns. Thank you for raising it.
Thank you very much.
Kagula. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your response. It's only been brought in good faith and for the seamless conduct of our sessions as we go forward.
It's much appreciated, and it even sounds better when it comes from senior colleagues like yourself.
Keep well, Andile, keep well.
Ngiyabonga, Tata.
Keep well, my friend.
Thank you.
Siyabonga.
Edna, are we in any luck? Edna, are you there?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm here. We're trying to get the Vice Chair and Mauritius on board.
Thank
I'll
you.
be able to give you a signal as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members, please bear with us for a while.
It's not an
Good morning, Honorable Chair. We may proceed with the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Edna. I now call this meeting to order. Please, honorable members, allow me to invite the committee secretary, Ms. Edna, to present the credentials of delegates, as well as to confirm the quorum for this meeting.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning, honorable members, our esteemed resource persons, and distinguished participants. Madam Secretary General, I do recognize your presence as well. Honorable Chairperson, before I proceed to confirming whether we have quorum or not, allow me to just state a few housekeeping issues regarding interpretation. For our participants who may not be conversant with the Zoom platform, kindly note that the platform has 3 SADC PF official languages, which are English, French, and Portuguese. You may go to the bottom right of the screen and you click the interpretation icon and proceed to select the language of your choice. Participants are kindly requested to mute their microphone when they are not on the floor to avoid interrupting the speaker on the floor. Honorable members and our esteemed resource persons, you are kindly requested to turn on your video every time you take the floor. This is for broadcasting purposes. We further kindly request that you, as much as possible, utilize the chat box on the platform for any questions, points of clarification, or any challenges that you may incur during the meeting. Honorable Chair, present in this meeting, we have Honorable Dumelang Saleshando from Botswana. We have Honorable Tsepang Mosena from Lesotho. We have Honorable Dennis Nama Chekecha from Malawi. We have Honorable Mary Joanne Sabrina Tour from Mauritius. We have Honorable Audrey Vidot from Seychelles. We have Honorable Lengiwe Mkalifi from South Africa. We have Honorable Senate Isaac Memo Magagula from Eswatini. We have Honorable Dr. Stumbepo Msepetwane from Zambia, and we have yourself, Honorable Anele Ndebele from Zimbabwe. Honorable Chair, Honorable Donovan Getu Johnny from Madagascar will not be able to join us today. He has sent an apology to this effect. With your permission, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member from Seychelles, Honorable Audrey Vidot, is attending the committee meeting for the first time. You may wish to kindly welcome her to the meeting officially. I thank you, Honorable Chair. I confirm, Honorable Chair, that we have a quorum and we're on firm grounds to proceed with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edna. It is my singular honor to welcome the new member to our committee. Welcome, honorable member. I wish you well on behalf of this committee. Welcome to the Tiffy family. Honorable members, without much ado, kindly allow me to proceed. I believe, as per practice, we have all received a draft agenda for this particular meeting, and I would like to think members have had ample time to go through the draft. Are there any proposals to amend the draft agenda, honorable members?
Chairperson.
Yes, honorable member, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, I can hear you.
This is the honorable member from South Africa, Hlengiwe Mkalipi. On the agenda, Chair, I see credentials of delegates and apologies. Under welcome remarks by the chairperson, can I propose that I don't know what the chairperson is going to say, but I will strongly propose that the chair also remark on what is going on in SADC, as we also part and parcel of SADC, especially on the issue of what is happening in Mozambique currently. I know that we are in a standing committee meeting on trade, industry, finance, and investment. But I think that what is currently happening in Mozambique, it needs to reflect on the work of the committee as well, because it will be having an effect if we want to implement what we must discuss here in terms of trade, industry, finance, and investment. So I'm not dictating to the chair's remarks, but I'll urge the chair also to represent us in that regard, because we need to speak up now. I think that it is high time as SADC to be seen or to be involved on the issues that are happening at SADC region. It can't be, Chair, that we must just continue as usual, as if there's no challenges and problems that are happening in the region. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mkalipi, for that timeous intervention. Well, I will, in my opening remarks, say something to that effect, but just as well, I wish to note that you have put across the feelings of this entire committee, well, in not so many words, but to the effect that we are really in support of the deployment of forces of order within Mozambique, so that order and peace is restored in that member country of ours. Thank you for that, Honorable Mkalipi. Any more considerations, honorable members, with respect to the agenda? Any proposals to amend the draft agenda, honorable members? If there are no amendment proposals, may I then move for the adoption of the agenda, honorable members?
I move, Chair.
Any seconder?
Honorable Chair, may I kindly-
Just
Anyone?
second, Honorable Chair.
The agenda is accordingly adopted.
Honorable Chair, sorry for interruption. Just for the record, may I kindly get the country that proposed to adopt the agenda?
It was Lesotho.
Okay, thank you.
No, it was South Africa.
Oh, South Africa.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about that, Honorable Mkalipi.
No, it's fine, Chair.
So the agenda is accordingly adopted. Honorable members of Parliament, Secretary General, members of staff of the SADC Parliamentary, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I welcome you to the meeting of the Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment Committee. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, we are once again meeting under a virtual platform. Honorable members and distinguished participants, today we meet under the theme Enhancing Regional Economic Integration Through Infrastructure Development. a case of one-stop border post. In view of the COVID-19 pandemic, the theme is relevant to modern day trade as it facilitates streamlining of trade procedures and systems with the intention of reducing time spent at borders and ultimately minimizing the cost of trade. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, infrastructure development is central in catalyzing regional economic integration and African trade, but this is also reflected in the African Union Agenda 2063, which aspires to put in place the necessary infrastructure to support Africa's accelerated infrastructure. Oh, I'm sorry, honorable members, I'll take that again. This trade facilitation tool is envisaged to promote coordinated and integrated movement of people and to improving security. Honorable members and distinguished participants, the Churundu one-stop border post on the border between Zambia and Zimbabwe is the first one-stop border post in the African region in the Southern Africa Development Community region. The border has recorded significant volumes of trade as a result of reduced time spent at the border and has helped to combat smuggling. Although the anticipated benefits of the model of one-stop border post are largely positive, very little is known regarding the progress and trajectory of implementing the model in the SADC region. I am therefore hopeful that this meeting will bring honorable members up to speed on the progress made in the implementation of the model of the one-stop border posts in Africa in general and in Southern Africa, challenges thereof. Honorable members, I wish legislative role in facilitating and approve that are relevant in expediting the implementation of one-stop border posts, given the benefits of the model. Your budgetary role can also not be over for adequate budget allocation to support the agenda. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have clearly demonstrated that even if significant progress on digital transformation and e-commerce agenda is to be achieved, goods still need to physically cross borders and undergo all border procedures. As such, the acceleration of the model of one-stop border post in the Southern Africa region and Africa at large cannot be overstated. The need for infrastructure development with regard to trade in the SADC region is further augmented under the African Freedom. As I conclude, I am confident that honorable members will greatly benefit from this engagement, as they will be acquainted with many important issues concerning the relevance of the economic. I urge all members and to actively engage the experts who are in our midst in order to maximize the benefits for the people we represent. In Mozambique, it is common cause that we all support a peaceful SADC. We therefore, on behalf of this committee and the SADC PF in general, would like to support the initiative that has been taken by the SADC Troika to immediately intervene in the disturbances that are playing out in Mozambique. We continuously pray for peace to prevail in that area. If it hadn't been for time constraints, we would have allowed members perhaps to speak for a minute on that issue, but let us see how the day rolls out. We could, in consultation with our secretariat, allow a minute for each member present to address themselves to that very important subject. And may I thank you, Honorable Mkalipi, for raising that, so that our committee takes note and addresses itself, particularly to register our support for intervention to ensure that peace prevails in Mozambique. Honorable members, may I thank you and wish you a fruitful day. Thank you. I would like to invite honorable members to consider and adopt minutes from the virtual meeting held on the 29th of October, 2020. Honorable members, we shall now consider the minutes to confirm if they are a correct record of the previous meeting. We shall consider the minutes item by item to accommodate any differences in page numbers across the languages. I invite you to make corrections item by item, honorable members, if there are any corrections. The minutes have been flighted on the screen for your convenience.
A question, Chair. do we address ourselves on the minutes based on presentations as we see the pages, or we wait until you invite us to respond per page?
No, you may respond. The assumption is also that you've had the opportunity to interface with the minutes, so you may go ahead. And it also gives me the pleasure of noting that honorable members are in real attendance.
Okay, Chair. May I comment on just two areas, Honorable Chair? On page 2 of 8,
Yes.
item 2.1, summer school organized by the African Forum. The item is missing. I suppose it would be a date, Aphrodite to be held on. I suppose that would be a date missing on that item.
Yeah, yes.
And the last one, I think, on the last page, Honorable Chair, the very last paragraph, the second sentence, no, the first
Of
sentence.
the last page?
The very
last
last page, Honorable Chair, some honorable members expressed concern on the law. I think that would be low participation instead of law, Honorable Chair. Thank you. Those are my submissions.
Oh, thank you, honorable member. Any more corrections, honorable members? If there are no more corrections, honorable members, who moves for the adoption of the minutes?
I move, Chair.
Noted. Anyone to second? May I urge honorable members to keep talking back to us so that we are able to tell that people are following the progress of this meeting. Any second, honorable
thank you,
members?
Mr. Chairman. I second. Stumbeko Musafekane from Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stumbeko.
I initially did. I don't know whether you got it.
No, I hadn't, honorable Namacheka. Namachekecha.
Okay, fine. That's all right then.
I'm sure it's an issue of the network that's moving in fits and starts, but it's duly noted, honorable member.
Thank you.
So the minutes are duly adopted. Honorable members and partners, are there any matters arising from the minutes? We shall now consider matters arising item by item. I presume members have the minutes in front of them. Edna, you may want to slide them again just in case some honorable members don't have the minutes within easy reach.
I've just done that.
Are there any matters arising from the minutes, honorable members? Any matters for clarification, honorable members? The other downside of virtual meetings is that you are unable to check which member connected and left to attend to other pressing chores out there.
We're still present, Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. It would even help for the other members to cough so that we are assured of their presence. Honorable members,
we are listening.
We are listening.
Without much ado, it would seem there are no matters arising from those minutes. I therefore propose that we proceed with today's session. Honorable members and partners, we are starting our first session. We have two resource persons as per our program. The first presenter is from the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA. The presentation from COMESA will give a detailed background to the concept of one-stop border post, the status of implementing one-stop border posts in the SADC region, among other things. Then following that, our second presenter is from the Zambia Revenue Authority. The presentation from ZRA will highlight the achievements of the Chirundu one-stop border post, lessons learned, and the prospects, among other things. The two presentations will be followed by plenary deliberations. I shall now, honorable members and esteemed colleagues, invite the resource person from COMESA to make the presentation. The platform is yours, and you have 30 minutes in which to make your presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. My name is Tasara Muzorori. I am from the COMESA Division of Trade and Customs. Let me share the presentation for honorable members to follow the presentation. Yes, so the presentation is going to focus on the concepts and roles of one-stop border posts, and it is being presented to the distinguished Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I hope we are able to see the presentation, honorable members.
Yes, we are following.
Yes, could you kindly press yes? Press right there on slideshow. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. So this is the presentation that I'm going to make. The outline is as follows. We will talk about the background and concept of the one-stop border post. and then we shall look at the status of implementation of the model of one-stop border posts in the Southern Africa region. We will then focus on the Chirundu one-stop border post program, and then see what the OSBP does to trade facilitation. We will also look at the role that regional parliaments as well as national parliaments can play in enhancing regional economic integration and implementation of one-stop border posts. We shall just briefly look at the suggested way forward. I would like to mention that this presentation is going to be largely an overview of the one-stop border post, because the practical aspects will definitely be covered by the presentation that the expert from ZRA will provide. So by way of background and the concept of the one-stop border post, we need to put into context the challenges and the issues that relate to the functioning of borders and the transport and logistics within the context of Africa at large, and also COMESA, SADC, and EAC in particular. So Africa's competitiveness in global trade is greatly affected by the performance of the transport and logistics industry, as well as border procedures. Considerable time is lost at land border crossings. There are lots of delays, lots of issues that take place at the borders. And in most cases, the connecting points on corridors is always problematic due to poor state of transport and border infrastructure. And also the multimodal transport interchanges are still underdeveloped. Besides challenges associated with hard infrastructure, there are also issues with the soft infrastructure with regard to application of IT and also the procedural configuration of how transactions are processed. The major challenges at the borders include inadequate functional border facilities, shortage of requisite operational equipment, cumbersome procedures, unconducive policy and legislative environment, weak interagency coordination. You'll find that at some borders, the border agents that are there are not really very coordinated, which results in a lot of time being taken by by either truck drivers or other traffic at the borders. And in some borders, there's limited or slow uptake of the information and communication technologies. And also there are some security concerns at the borders, and because of the lengthy procedures and cumbersome procedures, this provides fertile grounds for corruption, in which some traders do face. And there are some skills and capacity deficiencies, and this calls for continuous training and capacity enhancement of border officials. So all these issues now, they justify the establishment of one-stop border posts with all the advantages that it brings to the integration of economies and also to the smooth function of trade in the region. So this concept of one-stop border post, what is it? It is a concept that refers to the legal and institutional framework, facilities, and associated procedures that enable goods, people, and vehicles to stop in a single facility in which they undergo necessary controls following applicable regional international laws to exit one state and enter another adjoining state. This is quoted from the One-Stop Border Post Source Book, 2nd edition, which was published in 2016. So there are a number of aspects there that we see that will define a one-stop border post. First is the legal and institutional framework. Second is the facilities that are going to be used at the borders. And more importantly, the procedures that will then be have to be followed by people wanting to cross the border. So we shall discuss in detail each of those aspects of the one-stop border post. The concept of one-stop border post is also enshrined in the World Trade Organization Trade Facilitation Agreement, particularly Article 8 on border agency cooperation, As we progress in the presentation, we shall also see in much more detail what that Article 8 entails, and it's a recommendation for implementation of one-stop border posts. COMESA has adopted one-stop border posts as part of its corridor strategy to address congestion at border stations along major traffic corridors to complement other transit instruments and cross-border transport facilitation programs. As honorable members will be aware, COMESA is well known for its trade facilitation instruments, which have been accorded continental recognition, and other regional economic communities are also learning from the way COMESA has managed to be a leader in developing trade facilitation instruments. Just in the form of a diagram, we see again these concepts that we've been talking about. The issue of one-stop border posts is meant to get faster crossing time at the border, to reduce logistics costs, and to improve security of all the stakeholders at the borders. So the first thing we saw is that there's this legal and institutional framework, and this can be at the regional level, bilateral level, or even at the national level. And then we also saw that there's need for streamlined procedures. This calls for harmonized and simplified and coordinated procedures, which will then lead to smooth movement of cargo and people at the one-stop border post. And we also see that the one-stop border post provides an opportunity for ICT and data exchange, which involves customs data, immigration data, and other ICT systems. This can also lead to single window and other e-platforms to facilitate trade at the borders. And then there's also a need for hard infrastructure. This involves, in cases where the countries are divided by a river, then it will need to enhance the bridge. Like in the case of Chirundu, the bridge was, a bigger bridge was constructed because originally there was a single lane bridge which was servicing the two countries. So prior to the introduction of one-stop border post, a bigger bridge was constructed. And also the border offices, they need to be enhanced so that they can accommodate officials from the two adjoining countries. So that's the architecture of the one-stop border post. So why do we need a one-stop border post? A one-stop border post is a trade facilitation tool applied at borders. The one-stop border concept promotes a coordinated and integrated approach to facilitating trade, the movement of people, and improving security. And the concept eliminates the need for travelers and goods to stop twice to undertake border crossing formalities. The one-stop border post concept also calls for the application of joint controls to minimize routine activities and duplications. And it does this sometimes through the whole government approach, where the concept reduces the journey time for transporters, travelers, and it shortens the clearing times at the border posts. And what are the main objectives of the one-stop border post? The one-stop border post, as we have seen, it plays a key function in trade facilitation and provides for opportunities of simplifying and harmonizing border procedures, leading to minimization of congestion at the border, elimination of duplication of effort, implementation of cost-effective and efficient processing systems. And it also contributes to the reduction of cost of doing business in the region. It does this by shortening the clearing time. It also does this by shortening the transport route. And in some cases, it lowers stocks. If honorable members may allow me at this point, let me just dwell a little bit on the advantages of reducing the cost of doing business in the region. First, if the clearance time is shortened, it means the transport fleet can do more routes instead of being stuck at the border for many days. the trucks can be used now for more journeys because the time for clearance is much shorter. That's one big advantage of faster clearing. And then if the transport route takes so long, it means the companies or the production firms, they would need to have larger stocks of their inputs because they are not sure when the next load is going to arrive. So that creates a huge storage costs at the manufacturing companies, where companies have to keep larger stocks just in anticipation of delays in the supply of the next load. So those are the costs that come with delays at the borders, and the one-stop border post helps to lower these costs, the transport costs as well as the storage costs at the firms. This is just another pictorial representation of how the one-stop border posts will assist. First of all, we have the objective, it's regional integration and trade facilitation. That is the objective. We need to integrate our economies. We need trade to be facilitated. And the strategy for achieving that is the integration that the region is doing. So that comes at a lower level, a free trade area, and then it moves to customs union, we move to common market, and then monetary union, and then political federation. Those are the levels of integration that can be attained. But for COMESA, because of its name, it aims to move into a common market. But right now we are still at a free trade area, intending to move into a customs union. Then we have all those pillars that we've talked about, the legal framework, the procedures, the ICT, and the other infrastructure. So that is the architecture of the one-stop border post. Now, just to concretize our understanding of the one-stop border post, it is important to look at the traditional way at how borders are constructed. So on this left side, you will see that this is the traditional two-stop border post, where traffic have to stop at the border of the country where they're exiting. They do the exit formalities, and then after they finish, they cross, they move into no man's land and move to the other border point and stop again at the country of entry where they do the entry procedures. So that has been the traditional setup of borders. And with the one-stop border posts now, there are three types that exist. The first type is the juxtaposed one-stop border post, where all the formalities are done at the country of exit. So the traffic just moves past the country of the formalities are done at the country of entry. So at the country of exit, the traffic just moves and then goes to the country of entry, and all the officials from the two countries will be found there, and they do all the processing of both exit formalities and entry formalities. Now, this is the model that is there at Chirundu, and it is likely to be the model for most of the one-stop border posts that are going to be constructed. This is the case because the one-stop border post is now being introduced when there are already existing border facilities in the two countries. So the juxtaposed model is the one that becomes the natural one to be implemented. Now, the other type is the straddling one-stop border posts, where if you have got land borders which are not separated by rivers, you will then the border will just be the offices will just be at the border itself. So the other half will be in one country, the other half will be in the other country, and then the officers will be stationed there and do all the processes. But the traffic will stop just once. And then the third model is a single country one-stop border post, where the border post is located exclusively in one country, and then the traffic will just move and be processed in that in those offices where the border officials of both countries will be located. So those are the three types of border posts. But as I said, the juxtaposed one is the more likely one to be the case in our country because borders already exist. But if we have to construct new border posts, it may be possible that we could have struggling one-stop border posts, or we can have single country OSBP. The source book, which was developed by a number of partners, and the second edition of which was published in 2016, provides a lot of practical ways in which the one-stop border posts could be established. So the step one is the identification phase, where we identify where the one-stop border post needs to be established. And then step two will be the project's preparation phase. And then step three will be the project implementation phase with all those other aspects of establishing the project management structures, signing of agreements, developing of the legal and policy framework, and the conducting of baseline studies. All those issues will need to go into the planning of developing a one-stop border post. But also of importance is the training that needs to go. The border agents, officers need to be trained on dealing with business in a one-stop border post. Then what is also important is to do a post-implementation phase where we have end-line studies and post-implementation evaluations. It is important to then do these things so that we see whether implementation of the one-stop border post is actually improved or shortened the times that are required to cross the border. Then the status of implementing one-stop border posts within the Eastern and Southern Africa. We have a number of borders after the Chirundu model had been implemented and became successful. A lot of study tours were done at Chirundu because it became a model and it became Africa's first functional one-stop border post. So it has actually inspired many other countries to implement the concept of one-stop border post. So within the Eastern and Southern Africa, we have a number of borders where the one-stop border post has been implemented, and a number of other areas also where the one-stop border posts are under construction, and in other places they are at a planning stage. So there's quite a lot that is happening now with regard to the issue of implementing the one-stop border posts. In the Eastern Africa, we have the Busia border, which is between Kenya and Uganda, and that one is also a one-stop border post. Chirundu, of course, is the model, and it is the pilot that is inspired the development of all these one-stop border posts. And a number of them, as you can see, honorable members, the one-stop border posts are operational in a number of Eastern and Southern African countries. Now, just coming back to the southern part, we have the borders as displayed there. This list, I have to mention that it's not exhaustive. The other borders that have not been included, but we have Chirundu, which is operational, and then we have Tunduma Nakonde between Tanzania and Zambia. It is also operational. We have the Mwami Mchinji between Zambia and Malawi. It is under construction, but very much nearing completion, and we should witness its launch very soon. Then the Livingstone Victoria Falls, feasibility studies have been done. We have the Kazungula, which is also awaiting commissioning. Much of the work has already been done. Then we have Kasumbalesa between DR Congo and Zambia, where feasibility studies have been done. And then we have Beitbridge, which is one of the important borders in the region. I think the countries will consider implementing a one-stop border post, given some of the delays that tends to happen at that border as well. Then the Chirundu one-stop border post, it is juxtaposed as we've seen, and the diagram there just shows the schematic movement of traffic. There's a natural barrier there because that is where the Zambezi River divides the two countries, Zambia and Zimbabwe. So there's a bridge that has been constructed, a bigger bridge, where now it is easier for transport for trucks to to cross from one country to another. And we shall describe later on how the traffic is sequenced in terms of processing the exit controls and also the entry controls. So this is, I think, what we've also talked about, that the Chirundu is a juxtaposed border between the two countries, Zambia and Zimbabwe. It is a pilot trade facilitation program under the North-South Corridor Aid for Trade program, which is also under the COMESA, EAC, and SADC tripartite program. The main objective, of course, is to facilitate trade by reducing the processing time at the border and to reduce the cost of cross-border transactions and enhance the competitiveness of the region. 2007, that was it consisted of the development of border infrastructure of both countries, and then 2007, 2009, it was the formulation of the enabling legislation, procedures, training, and infrastructural adjustments. And then the one-stop border post at Chirundu was launched on the 5th of December in 2009 by the then presidents of the two countries. And the launch was a culmination of a number of activities that include, first of all, the infrastructural development. Of course, we know there was a small bridge which was joining the two countries, but a larger bridge was constructed so that traffic could move much faster. And then the border offices, they had to be adjusted to accommodate officials from both countries. And then there was the legislative process where, first of all, a bilateral agreement was signed between Zambia and Zimbabwe concerning the establishment of a one-stop border post at Chirundu. This was the first process to be undertaken, followed by enabling legislation. First of all, Zimbabwe passed the Bilateral One-Stop Border Post Act, which is Act number 21 of 2007. And then Zambia also passed the Bilateral One-Stop Border Post Act number 8 of 2009. So this provided the legal legislative framework for the one-stop border post. These legislations provided for, first, the establishment of a one-stop border post, and also the extraterritorial application of some specific laws. And also allowing for the hosting of foreign officers in the host country. So these are the main issues that were provided for within these legislations. And then the procedures, because the procedures are very important. We may have a one-stop border post, but if we do not attend to the procedures and sequence them well and simplify and coordinate them, we will still not be able to get the results that we expect to get. So the procedures were developed and they were correctly sequenced. Now, what is the role of OSBs in trade facilitation? We have seen that the World Trade Organization Trade Facilitation Agreement, Article 8, it provides that each member, in this case, member refers to the member state of the World Trade Organization. So each member state shall ensure that its authorities and agencies responsible for border controls and procedures dealing with the importation, exportation, and transit of goods cooperate with one another and coordinate their activities in order to facilitate trade. This is the main thing. I mean, the border agencies, they have to cooperate within one country and also across countries in order to get the synergies of trade facilitation that we expect. And then each member state shall, to the extent possible and practical, cooperate on mutually agreed terms with the other members with whom it shares a common border, with a view to coordinating procedures at border crossings to facilitate cross-border trade. Such cooperation and coordination may include alignment of working hours and days, alignment of procedures and formalities, development and sharing of common facilities, joint controls, and lastly, establishment of one-stop border posts. So as we see, honorable members, the one-stop border post is also one of the trade facilitation instruments recognized under the WTO trade facilitation agreement. So in terms of the OSB promoting regional integration, we see that there are a number of stages for regional integration. We see that before any integration, we will have full border controls because there are no preferences. So the one-stop border post will facilitate the collection of all the duties that are due to that kind of trade. Then when we achieve a free trade area, we no longer collect any customs duty at the border, but we still have other controls that we need to enforce at the border. And also there are some duties that may be collected on goods that do not meet the rules of origin or that do not come from the adjoining country. And then when we move to the customs union, we will not really need to enforce a lot of border controls because the countries in the customs union will be like one country. But we will still need to get some facilitations at the border and to check if the goods indeed are supposed to be given preferential treatment. Then at the common market level, where we have the free movement of goods and also factors of production, we shall be facilitating the free movement of persons, labor, services, and capital as well. So the Chirundu one-stop border post has got a combination. The model it has got a combination of hybrid or total separation of controls, joint border operations, and shared facilities. And the officers at the Chirundu one-stop border post, they carry out their border controls in the host state within the common control zone, which is established as per provisions of the bilateral agreement. Entry procedures cannot commence before exit procedures are done in line with the national laws. So this is the sequencing of controls that we cannot start the entry procedures before the exit procedures are completed. And then the legal mandate providing for extraterritorial application of laws, we have seen that the laws provide for the extraterritorial application of national laws and also the hosting of foreign nationals in the host state. This slide just provides how the traffic moves at Chirundu border post. So for the southbound traffic, that is that traffic which is exiting Zambia and entering into Zimbabwe, all the traffic, they use the new bridge, and all electronic processing of transaction is done on the Zambian side before exit. This also includes pre-clearance of transactions. Then the traffic, they exit the Zambian side and stop on the Zimbabwean side of the border. No passenger border formality is done on the Zambian side. All the controls are done on the Zimbabwean side. And the Zambian officials, they perform the electronic validation of transits on the Zimbabwean side of the common control zone. And then for the northbound traffic, for that traffic which is exiting Zimbabwe and entering into Zambia, all the commercial traffic, they bypass the Zimbabwean terminal and they go into the common control zone to enter into Zambia. And then the passenger traffic and coaches from Zimbabwe, they use the old bridge. So you see, this is the configuration of the traffic that has been done at the Chirundu one-stop border post. It is just worth noting now that because of the COVID, the movement of buses has been restricted just to limit the movement of persons in the hope of controlling the spread of COVID. Then the last issue on the not the last issue, but the second last issue on the presentation is to look at the role that regional parliaments can play to enhance regional integration and implementation of one-stop border posts. As we have observed in the presentation, establishing one-stop border posts require infrastructure, both hard and soft, as well as passing legislation to provide for extraterritorial application of specific laws. As a result, regional and international parliaments have very important roles to play, including advocating for the establishment of one-stop border posts to facilitate regional trade, They also have a role to facilitate passage of various pieces of national legislation and bilateral agreements to support the establishment of one-stop border posts. They also have a role to advocate for adequate budget allocations for this purpose. And in some cases, they will be called upon to ratify the loans that could be required to raise resources for infrastructure development for one-stop border posts. As we have seen, one-stop border posts can become more effective if they are established along a corridor so that the whole corridor becomes efficient. Because if we have one-stop border posts in one country, in one part of the corridor, and we don't have them in other parts, that means overall we will still experience the delays, because much of the trade is actually, some of the trade is transit trade. And along the transit corridor, if there are delays, overall we will experience delays. So it is important for regional parliaments to ensure that these one-stop border posts are actually established along the transit corridors. Then part of what guides the work of COMESA are actually the decisions that ministers make. And the Council of Ministers, they make decisions that and policies that guide the work that COMESA does. And with regard to the one-stop border posts, e-logistics and integrated border management, the secretaries, the member states of COMESA have already made decisions that we need to improve the management process of our borders. And the member states have also said we should fully utilize the one-stop border post source book, the second edition, which was published in 2016, because it gives practical information and guidelines on how one-stop border posts can be implemented. And just also to mention that the start of the one-stop border post work at Chirundu was triggered by the Council of Ministers decision, which was made in 2005 regarding establishment of one-stop border post. And Chirundu was chosen as the pilot one, and also Malawa border between Uganda and Kenya was also cited as another pilot. Honorable members, we also have ongoing programs that are being funded by the European Union. Under the EDF 11, we have a trade facilitation program, which is assisting countries to enhance their soft infrastructure to enhance efficiency at the borders. We also have another EDF-funded program, which is the Small-Scale Cross-Border Trade Initiative. It is also assisting the infrastructure for small-scale traders and also trying to assist them to do their business in the region because they are quite a sizable population earning a living through buying and selling products across the COMESA countries. So there are some practical lessons that we can see with the success of the Chirundu one-stop border post. One of them is the very strong political leadership that the two countries displayed, and the support that also came from a number of donors and regional integration organizations. So the success of that Chirundu border post comes also from that political leadership and commitment of the two countries. And one of the lessons also is the development and streamlining of existing one-stop border posts within the context of the tripartite of EAC, COMESA, and SADC. And we now need to have a comprehensive action plan for implementation of OSBPs with the required resources and specific roles and responsibilities for all relevant stakeholders. Also, there's need to develop and implement capacity building programs for border officials and all the relevant public and private stakeholders. And they need to adopt international and regional standards and best practices. And this, as we have seen, the source book for one-stop border posts is one resource which we can use for this purpose. And then there's also need for the sustainability of one-stop border posts, and more importantly, for continuous improvement, because once we've achieved one state, we should always seek for opportunities for improvements and to enhance the competitiveness of our region and to enhance trade facilitation in the region. Honorable members, this is the presentation that I had for the committee. I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for the detailed and insightful presentation. I'm confident that honorable members have learned a lot on the subject. I now invite the resource person from the Zambia Revenue Authority, Mr. Mupishi Miti, to make the presentation. Thereafter, I shall open the floor for questions, clarifications, and contributions. Mr. Miti, you have 30 minutes in which to make your presentation, sir. Mr. Miti, are you there?
Honorable Chair, Mr. Miti is just trying to log in. He had lost his connection.
Yeah. Edna?
Yes, Honorable Chair. Mr. Miti hasn't yet logged in, but if it's in order, Zimbabwe is supposed to present after Zimbabwe Revenue Authority is supposed to present after Zambia Revenue Authority. The resource person from Zimbabwe Revenue Authority is logged in. If it's acceptable, he could present before Zambia.
Certainly it is acceptable. It's convenient that way. So I will straight away invite the resource person from the Zimbabwe Revenue Authority, ZIMRA, to take the floor. You have 30 minutes to make your presentation, sir. Thank you. Please come on board. Is it Mr. Chadzingwa?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
The floor is yours, Mr. Chadzingwa, if you're all ears. It might be another connection problem, Edna. What do you think?
Let me just give him a call in the background.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Mr. Chadzingwa is able to hear us. However, he's not audible. I'm not sure if our IT can assist, if it's our problem this end.
Oh, I understand. Could we then propose that maybe as we try to reconnect the two gentlemen, that honorable members then interact with the COMESA presentation by way of a 10-minute plenary?
Oh, Honorable
That is
Chair,
in order.
Sorry for the interruption, but sorry, Honorable Chair, Zambia Revenue Authority has managed to log in. With your permission, I'm not sure if they can proceed.
Yes, they may proceed. Thank you, Edna.
All right.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning, honorable members. Sincere apologies. Don't know what happened. I just lost connectivity while my colleague from COMESA was making a presentation. But I can see that there is already a presentation from my colleague Chadzingwa, so I don't know whether he may proceed if he's back in the meeting, because I'm not able to share my screen. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Good morning. Good to have you back. I propose then that we continue with Zimra's presentation while you attempt to fix the issues on your side. Thank you.
Most obliged, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chadzingwa, your committee, sir.
Mr. Chadzingwa seems to have a problem with his sound. He's clearly able to hear us, but we can't hear him.
So we quickly revert to our Zambian colleague, if that is in order.
If you allow, Chair, we can proceed with Zambia.
Thank you. We may proceed. Mr. Miti.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if you're able to see my presentation on the screen.
Yes, sir. We are able to.
Let me just put it in slideshow. Chair, my full names are Mupishi Miti. I'm the manager in charge of customs projects and modernization initiatives at the Zambia Revenue Authority. And once more, good morning, honorable members. I'll make a small presentation. I think most of the issues my colleague from COMESA, Tasara, has already made them. But just to start with, this is the outline of the presentation. We have the introduction, and then, of course, the guiding elements that were guided by the meeting. That's achievements in implementing OSBP, challenges, lessons, and prospects of the Chirundu OSBP, and strategies to improve the Chirundu OSBP. Honorable Chair, just as a matter of introduction, I think we may all be aware that Chirundu is a border between Zambia and Zimbabwe. And just to give a bit of just a recap to the events that led to the optionalization of the OSBP, we had the development of the modern infrastructure by both countries in 2007. I think that was at the height of the construction. In 2007 to 2009, that's a formulation of enabling legislation, procedures, as well as training officers. I think this has already been alluded in detail by COMESA. Then 5th December 2009, the OSBP was officially launched. This is just giving us a satellite view of the area where the border post is situated. We have this side on the right. I think this is the mighty Zambezi River. I think we can see here with the two bridges. The one on the right here, this is the old bridge, and this is the current bridge which most of the commercial traffic is using. Then this side is where the Chirundu OSBP infrastructure is. This is just a pictorial view of the OSBP facility on the Zambian side. And this is one on the Zimbabwean side, our counterparts infrastructure. Chair, Honorable Chair, like it has been already indicated in the presentation by COMESA, this is the model that has been adopted at Chirundu as an of the border, and formalities are undertaken both for travel, that's for the passengers, for the motorists, as well as for commercial traffic. Honorable Chair, just to highlight a few points in terms of achievements that have arisen or that have been realized after the implementation of the Chirundu OSBP. One of them, I think that is a fact that I think we, like my colleague Tasara mentioned, that we even had a lot of benchmark member state, officials from other member states. I think Chirundu was the first fully functional OSBP in Africa. And that is one, I think, a very great achievement. And a number of other countries came to actually, even beyond the region, to come and actually benchmark. And I sit here to be one of those that I think took a number of them through, having worked in Chirundu a few years ago. Then the other thing is that this also has been alluded, the streamlined repetitive clearance procedures into one stop for both trade and travel is one of those achievements that we can actually put to the implementation of the Chirundu OSBP. Honorable Chair, as well, enhanced trade facilitation through reduced processing time at the border. Remember the time, I think before the OSBP, I happened to be working in Chirundu, I think in 2004, that's when I left. I think it was taking about 5 days or so to actually clear trucks on average. But now, I think we are now averaging about 2 days. Of course, that we need to do much better there. I think of course, there are trucks that are cleared within hours, but there are those where other interventions are required, for example, inspections, and also interventions by other agencies, cross-border agencies, where they need to do their own interventions to ensure that they enforce their regulatory requirements. Because for your information, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, is that we have implemented a single window on the Zambian side. The other one, Chair, is that it's now appearing to be the preferred entry point on the north-south transport corridor for commercial traffic. Chair, you may note that in the recent past, we've even seen traffic volumes going from the average 300 of traffic that both ways is now averaging about 500 trucks per day. That is for those going out as well as coming. That excludes empty trucks. This is just trucks that are carrying cargo, going either coming through into Zambia as well as going on the other side. So, of course, we expect in the coming maybe future it may change, especially that we have the Kazungura OSBP on the horizon. This may change, but for now, this is actually a preferred entry point for traffic coming into Zambia and as well as transiting through the country. What are the benefits of the Chirundo OSBP? Chair, Honorable Chair and members, fast clearance and movements of trucks through the border, that really has brought in enhanced trade facilitation. Like my colleagues from COMESA did indicate that this OSBP or one-stop border post concept is one of the trade facilitation measures. And I think under Article 8 of the World Trade Organization Trade Facilitation Agreement, that border cooperation, border agents cooperation, as where the OSBP is enshrined, and is actually one of the measures to ensure that because of the one-stop, you cut down on a lot of time taken for not just the clearance of the commercial traffic, but also even the movement of people. Instead of them stopping on each side of the border, they just stop once, and that facilitates their movement. Reduce cost of doing business and dwell time at the border. Chair, like we indicated, from the clearance time that is now reduced, this is given that we expect the costs of doing business reduced, because by having the driver stay at the border, that increases the cost because that driver will need to feed. And I remember the time I was in Chirundo, even the last time that I was there, if there's a problem with the truck, you would go around the yard and you find the drivers there trying to look for food, cooking, and doing all that business, because that already increases the cost to the doing of business. The other thing that also my colleague alluded to is that the turnaround of the truck, because if this truck is supposed to do 10 trips in a month, but it's doing 5, definitely there is that increased cost. And also in this cost does not just end with the transporter, but it also extends to the other players in the international trade supply chain. Joint operation and controls. Chair, I can witness this because I worked in Chirundo during the, I think about 4 years ago now. And it was very easy comparing with the time when the OSBP was not yet operational. This time it's very easy because you have officers from both countries on each side of the border, and certain inspections actually can be done together, and certain controls as well. So it's very easy now that we are able to do this than those days before we had the OSBP operating at the border. Improved information sharing. This is one of the benefits that actually is very visible now, because we have these officers that are on one side of the border from the two adjoining states. You find that information is easily passed over to the other. Unlike those days where you had to move the other side. Because even at the time I was in Chirundo, it was very easy for me to call my officer there to quickly go to my fellow manager on the other side and get information or pass on information that is vital for our operations. So this really has improved information sharing. Chair, what are the challenges? It cannot go without saying that we still have challenges at Chirundo. One of them is the inappropriate infrastructure. One notable aspect is, of course, on the Zambian side, we talk more, my colleague will talk on the Zimbabwean side, is the inadequate passenger sheds, inspection bays, But one critical one, I think which alludes to the OSBP, is the office, Zimra office, exit office, which is just at the mouth of the bridge. And I think Chair and the honorable members, if you went there, you'd find there's always that congestion at that point, because a truck has to park there for our colleagues to complete their exit formalities. But that's the same place where the trucks going out are supposed to pass. So you have that, is always that the traffic marshals have to be always alert and try to move traffic to allow the easy flow of traffic. And already that is a challenge, Honorable Chair, which we shouldn't have. Because I think I remember the time I was in Chirundo in 2004, when the infrastructure on the Zambian side, I think had started. I had no idea, and I don't think any of us had an idea that there was an OSBP on the horizon. But later on, because after that, it was thought wise to go and implement the OSBP. So the infrastructure may have not been developed in line with operating an OSBP. So that's one of the challenges. There are many to deal with the infrastructure, but I just wanted to highlight this one. The lack of interface on the Zimra, ZRI, SCUDA systems. We now have to depend the information being passed or sent through emails. But Chair, you understand that this is quite critical in terms of operating an OSBP. It helps as well in trade facilitation, because at times when we need to confirm certain aspects of our operations, we need to check. But however, there is hope, and I'll be talking about that, Chair, in due course, because we have already started actualizing the interface, and the development is currently going on. Because this will allow us to be, without even having to call the other side of the border, we can check electronically through the system and quickly deal with the aspects that we need to do and facilitate trade. Lack of ICT equipment by many border agencies, that is very rife, because like I indicated, Chair, that we are implementing the single window. And being one of the person that is spearheading that implementation, we discover that we have actually challenges. Some of the agencies that we have connected to the Zambia Electronic Single Window, their offices at the border are not connected. So they have challenges where now they have to want to do interventions, physically, when they would have done. So we just have a few, of course, agencies that are connected there, and they're able to do interventions right on the system. And in case of joint inspection, they are able to do that. But we're not doing that with everyone, because they are not supposed to see those alerts on the system through the single window. So that is actually is a challenge in disposing hindrances to trade. Inadequate signage and honorable members. This, I think, for someone who is first visiting Chirundo, on the Zambian side, we know we've just in the few months done something, I think, at the entrance there. We've put up a much more visible signage that at least indicates where, which facilities, which way, and the other. But if you went into the actual control zone, I think we're still lacking in terms of adequate signage to actually lead people into which office they need to go to. So this is something that I think is being worked on, and it's good that we have also other cooperating partners that are trying to help Zambia to try and deal with this aspect. The low use of pre-arrival processing of goods. Honorable Chair, some of the this is actually one of the trade facilitation measure that is actually would actually work very well with a full-fledged OSBP. But we have that low uptake, because we will have certain trucks that are coming, Chair, and getting into the yard without the documents being done. And that already increases to the dwell time at the border. It also increases to the difficulties in managing. As ZRI, we have this pre-arrival, which is part of the law, that we allow this pre-arrival processing, which is in twofold. We have what we call pre-registration. That just allows a truck, because of other intervention that may be required by customs or other cross-border regulatory agencies, to just lodge in a declaration whilst the truck, before the truck arrives. And we've tried to make that one mandatory. And then there's the one that is called pre-clearance. That is now where all the processes are completed in full. That is including payment. But of course, this will also hinge on the fact that if there are no interventions such as inspection required, that can be realized. So we've been trying to promote this as well. There's also the aspect of electronic payments. We do not expect people now to start going to the border with cash or with a check, but we've tried to provide on the Zambian side, all commercial banks are now able to undertake electronic payment of taxes. Chair, just this aspect with now the COVID-19 pandemic, it's important that this measure is actually promoted even beyond maybe at a SADC level, and that is our plea, that would actually help us to ensure that they know this and that is done to help us to actually facilitate trade. So what are the lessons learned, Chair, from the implementation of the Chirundu OSPP? It's clear that soft issues, that procedures, traffic flows, and others should drive the design of the hard infrastructure. Like we've said, and I think my colleagues, especially even in the scanning on both sides, I think it's very important that in future, and think that is something that we've taken to the Kazungura OSPP to ensure that the infrastructure talks to the procedures, talks to the traffic flow. ICT connectivity is very vital. Chair, like I indicated, for example, for measures like single window, which is also a trade facilitation measure under the WTO TFA, specifically Article 10.4, and we need that because it helps to ensure that agencies are able to undertake their mandates in an ICT environment without physically moving documents, but electronically exchanging information. Like I've already again, appropriate and adequate hard infrastructure is key to effective OSPP operation. Chair, this cannot be overemphasized. It's important that as in future, like my colleague has said, Tasara, that we align this OSPP as well to the infrastructure, as well to the procedures, as well to the traffic flows. What are the prospects of the Chirundu OSPP? Chair, for speaking for Zambia, we have an act that has been put in place to actually help in implementation of many border agencies, and one of them is the Coordinated Border Management. So this act actually, principally, I think highlights three key elements to help, I think, in the implementation of OSPP, not just at Chirundu. That is, one of them is the Coordinated Border Management. Second one is implementation of single window, as well as, of course, the aspects of OSPP in other entry points or other borders. So it's important that this already gives us hope, because now what is happening is that we have the regulations being developed so that the registration. Second one is the implementation of 24 hours operations. Chair, this is one of the highlighted issues that came out in the time release study that was conducted in 2019. Because of that limitation in time, there was a lot of traffic. And also, Chair, for your own information and the honorable members, we have Chirundu being fed by borders that are 24 hours, but Chirundu was earlier on working up to 22 hours. We have Beit Bridge, for example, which I think a lot of traffic that is coming to Chirundu comes from there. Then we have also Forbes, that also brings in traffic that comes to Chirundu. But Chirundu was working up to 22 hours from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. But with the coming of COVID, one of the measures that was to increase the hours so that we reduce the dwell time at the border. And Chair, we've seen that there's even been increased, traffic volumes almost by 100%, because now we are able to facilitate the movement of traffic throughout 24/7. So Chair, we are saying is that this was done as a temporary measure by the two revenue authorities, of course, in consultation with other government ministries and government agencies, is that once this legislation is passed and it's made permanently, this should be a permanent feature, Chair, to support Chirundu OSBP, ensuring that we facilitate trade. Now that we have this COVID-19 pandemic, Chair, it will be important that we don't keep traffic at the border, we reduce congestion, we make sure that people and even traffic moves quickly through the border. Chair, we also have pledges of support, I can confirm, being part of the process. For example, on the COMESA EDF 11 trade facilitation project, have earmarked activities to try and improve the operations at the Chirundu OSBP. JICA as well is coming on board to supplement what COMESA project may not take on. So, Chair, that is actually comforting that we have, because we have realized, and as well as other key stakeholders have realized the challenges that are at Chirundu OSBP, and we need to improve, knowing that it's a very key border in the north-south corridor, transport corridor. Chair, the strategies that will also improve Chirundu OSBP, I already spoke about the coordinated approach to border management is very key, so that we reduce the silo, the working in silos. Where possible, agencies may not be necessarily at the border, they could delegate the authority. We're already doing that on behalf of a number of agencies, but we need this formalized approach to coordinated, formalized approach in terms of coordinated approach, border management. Time release studies recommendation, like I alluded earlier on, that we had a time release study, a recent one done in December 2019. A lot of recommendations have come to deal with those. Some of them we have already implemented. One of them is the one of moving the operation hours from 22 to 24 hours. Chair, it came from this time release study, and that I think we have seen marked improvements coming with that. And of course, other measures that had to do with aspects of staffing and other activities. Fast tracking implementation of the single window environment. Chair, I can indicate that it's visible for those agencies that, for example, the Bureau of Standards that is connected into the single window and they're able to do interventions. Because it was difficult once we went the Ascuda World Way, where now everything was electronic. We had no physical documents to share. So it was actually challenging because I had to start stopping a truck when it is released by customs. But now we have able to do joint inspection, because if there's an inspection required by customs as well by the Bureau of Standards, we have the system is able to direct both agencies to go and undertake the inspection, and the clearing agent will usually go to both and ask them to ensure that the inspection is done at once. That actually facilitates trade. Chair, also we have other agencies that we are trying to bring on board, but like I indicated earlier on, something is being done, and I think even the cooperating partners have noticed that, and they're trying to help us to fast track the implementation of single window. The other, Chair, is I think the review of the OSB operational manuals, strengthening of the joint border committees that should be very functional. OSBP training, capacity building, we have also discovered from our side as Zambia, because of the rotation of officers, we find that when officers are changed and moved there, those that have not very vested with knowledge in OSBP operation, they have challenges to try and get down to quickly and work with the rest. So we are actually planning that when we have these programs coming on capacity building and training, to also have a program that will be sustainable to ensure that officers are always reminded of the OSBP procedures and requirements. Chair, continued what else, like I indicated earlier, this is almost at about 80%, and even last week, Chair, we had meetings trying to work, and our target is come June 1st, we should operationalize this electronic data exchange between the two revenue authorities. And this will surely improve our facilitation of trade. Use of wider communication platform to promote the pre-arrival processing and electronic payments, Chair, which I've pledged to the honorable members, and that if this could also be taken maybe even to platforms that are on the SADC, SADC platforms, as well as other platforms that we can. Chair, improve signage through installation of information screens, billboards, and many more with the support of COMESA. That is something that we are looking at to help us, I think, improve the face of the OSBP as well as easy movement of not just commercial traffic, but as well as people. Chair, with that, I submit and I end my presentation. Thank you so much. And sincere apologies again to the Honorable Chair and members for having those technical challenges earlier on. That you alluded earlier on in your introduction, that those are the challenges that we have with this form of meeting, but we hope to ensure that this is sustained as well as put in measures to ensure that we don't have these challenges. I submit, Chair, and thank you so much.
Hello, Honorable Chair, are you there?
Edna?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Or it had kicked me out right at the end of Mr. Miti's presentation. Can you hear me, Edna?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. Thank you very much, our resource persons, for such an enlightening presentation. I shall now open the floor to the honorable members for debate. Presentations, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair. If you may allow me to comment on the two very insightful presentations so far made. Do you allow me, Chair?
With pleasure, Honorable Makagula, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. First and foremost, may I state our commitment as Eswatini to this noble initiative, to this noble concept of enhancing trade, which is a pillar of our economies in our various jurisdictions. Home, we have been and we're still toying around with this idea. And but before I say what we are doing and what we might want to see, may I, through you, Chair, point out that an initiative such as this one, a concept that is development oriented such as this one, is of course not without challenges and problems. I am reminded, Chairperson, in the same lines as this concept of a dream. I thought it was about to be realized, but till now, it doesn't appear so. That SADC single passport or travel document, SADC driver's licenses. You know, the spirit of those concepts, of those ideas, initiatives are similar to what we are dealing with under this very pertinent theme. In Swaziland, if I may come back, we are members of various organizations like everyone else is here. And we do subscribe to all initiatives that are advanced. But Chair, sorry for that, Chair. Back home, if I may address myself to the African Continental Free Trade Area, we are playing a critical role there as a country. We have an establishment, an institution that is housing an electronic business registry on the same principles of the one-stop border post. We are also engaged with relevant stakeholder countries in establishing, shall I say, structures such as these ones that we are on. But Chair, the question with OSBH or whatever is the multiple centers of power and authority. We need to address that one, because if you sell an idea to whosoever want to sell it to, those questions will be pertinent. For instance, harmonizing incompatible legal and legislative frameworks with regards to operating standard or standard operating procedures, the cost implications, like if one was to make sense from all the presentations, there are indeed cost capital outlay. And with the multiple centers of power and authority, that can present a problem. Perhaps the presenters can tell us how, where these things are operating, they have kind of gone and maybe succeeded in these hurdles. Issues of cultural institutions also we usually pose a problem. Now, if we talk of the traditional border arrangement, now if we talk of infrastructure, anything that comes to mind to one is, are we talking about a big hall where we're going to house, say, Zambia, say, Zimbabwe, etc., etc.? How is the working arrangement? How do we harmonize, come to terms with that arrangement, given what I've just said? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Magagula. Honorable members, we are in plenary. Any contributions?
Yes, Chair, our hands are up on the platform, Chairperson. If you check the platform, you can realize that our hands are there.
No, but Chair, there's a hand from South Africa and Lucy.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks very much for. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks very much for the two presentations. I think they were very well and detailed in terms of giving us information as per this initiative. And Chairperson, I agree with my colleague from Eswatini mentioning that we will always welcome the initiative of development, especially in our region, as well as in our continent. However, I just have two questions that I would like to get a clarity on from both presentation. Also, Chairperson, because we are the chair of the committee, we also have to guide us in terms of whatever we want to raise here. The first thing that is not emanating from both presentation is the issue that this initiative started as back as 2004 by COMESA in 2 countries. And I'm worried, Chair, if now we're in 2021 and you are still talking about the same project that was initiated as back as 2004, and now we're in 2021. So if maybe between you and COMESA and colleagues from the 2 countries can also share with us what are the challenges? Why are we seems not to implement this proposed project, as my colleague was also raising for the same fact that it seems as if we have to implement some of the projects in the region, we have some challenges. So that is the one. So in one of the presentation, I think it was from COMESA, one of the challenges that it was mentioned by the resource person. All those challenges that were mentioned there in the presentation are very key and I agree with them. But the one that also caught my attention is the issue of corruption. If the resource person also can elaborate on how do you address such, because we know for the fact that the issue of corruption, it's taking its toll, especially in our continent, and how to address that, because we can come with very beautiful projects. Everything that is mentioned in the presentation is very beautiful, but once we don't get correct, we don't get it right, the issue of corruption, we are not going to implement such beautiful projects that seeks to address the infrastructure challenges, as well as to create our initiative to be progressive. The other presentation also talks about border management. I just want to get from 2 countries, from Zambia and Zimbabwe if we do have functional border management, and because it's one of the relevant key stakeholders if you want this initiative of OSBP to be progressive. Those are my two contribution, Chairperson. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Lesotho, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I also wish to convey my appreciation on the two presentations. I think they've been very informative and really give an insight for some of us on the areas that we need to focus on and really put our word or energy regarding improving the commercial aspects of our countries, and definitely that says the economy is going to improve if we take cognizance of such experiences of other countries and in the way that they've been articulated. I have a few questions. I'd like to know, since Chirundu is the border that started, why was it a border of choice, or it was well presented to start off? Was Zimbabwe more receptive, since we are now talking of a border between Zimbabwe and Zambia? What was the reason behind? The reason I'm asking is because I'm assessing the situation from point of view of Zambia sharing its borders with different countries. So what would be the reason? Lesotho is enclaved by South Africa, and I need to understand if the relations between the countries have an impact in the determination of the OSBP. The second one is were the negotiations between the two countries, were they even, or was there a country that had an upper hand, or it was a situation of a must for the two countries to get together and operate on this OSBP? And also, if when we talk of the two countries that are sharing a border, are the services exactly the same on both sides? Like, is Zambia giving exactly the same services that Zimbabwe is offering? One being the exit and one being the one that's one being the exit and one being the opposite. The reason I'm also asking this is because, like in Lesotho right now, for our businesses, since the COVID-19, there needs to be an authorization that comes from SARS for our imports into the country. And this, for me, it seems to be one-sided when now the South African businesses seem to have the upper hand or have it easier to bring stuff into Lesotho, while Basotho cannot bring stuff from South Africa into Lesotho. And I want to know if there's the same weight that's applied and the same services that are being provided on both sides of the borders. And the last one, the challenges mentioned by the last presenter on the like interface, ICT, etc., the misaligned infrastructure when considering the two sides of the border. I'm just wondering if, from his point of view, this should be handled immediately, or is in before the OSBP can be considered or can kickstart, or they have, or we can work on them gradually, because now we realize that our different borders, they are structured in various ways. Some are more advanced and some are really still trying to get there in terms of ICT, in terms of the interfacing as well, the systems. There's a lot that would need to be done. Now, from his experiences or from what is happening currently, considering this as the challenges, do we need to consider this, that they have to be perfect on takeoff, or we can also gradually hop on with improvements as the project continues? I think those are my questions. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, are you there?
I'm back. Thank you, Edna. Thank you, Honorable Tsepang, for your contribution. To our esteemed presenters, I just have a couple of questions for you. But at the outset, it is important that I also underline our support as Zimbabwe for the one-stop border post concept. And I'm worried that the Chirundu border now opens for 24 hours, not as a permanent measure, but a temporary one. It will be in good stead for us as Zimbabwe to support the fact that it should be open for 24 hours to increase the flow of goods and services, thereby helping to improve trade liberalization. I just want to check with our presenters. For border agencies, do we get regular refresher courses for our agencies? For instance, are we sending them to places like Europe and America for refresher courses in order to improve management? Then there is the question that honorable members have addressed so lucidly, the question of legal issues. I also anticipate constraints by differences between national laws. I'm anticipating constraints around the question of duty rates and so many other differences with respect to the tariff book itself. For instance, penalties and fines, punishable offenses, and of course, the question of currency differences. Is this the time once more to invoke the debate around a single currency? I would like our presenters to address themselves to that. And there is something else that the Honorable Makagula raises, which I think is of serious consideration. The question of language and cultural barriers. You know, these may not be so obvious when it comes to educated staff at the borders, but when it comes to lay staff, those of minimum education levels, language itself, if you think of the cleaners, might be a problem. So, and also language comes in the form of those people that transit through the one-stop borders. For instance, the Chirundu one, you have Tanzanians, you have Kenyans, you have Angolans, you have Malawians, you have South Africans, you have those from the DR Congo, Mozambicans. All these people have different mother languages. How do we handle this? Is this yet another time for COMESA to consider a common language? For us as members of parliament in the region, it might sound so simplistic to talk about cultural barriers, but these are more pronounced when a group of different nationalities get to work together under one roof. For instance, I know Chirundu might not be a problem. Zimbabwe and Zambia are mainly of Christian calling, but there is the question of the African religion that as African leaders, we must also be wary of, because there might be a conflict between those of our staff that follow the Christian religion and those that follow the African religion. I will leave it at that and quickly move on to the question of corruption that honorable members have also addressed themselves to. Now that we have people from different countries working under one roof, there is of course the establishment of friendships and relationships. Therefore, inclusive corruption thrives under such a roof. I want to know as well from our excellent presenters how the scourge of corruption under such a situation can be contained. I also want to express shock at the fact that our ICT systems at Chirundu border post don't seem to communicate with one another. Zimbabwean, Zambian clearance agencies seemingly are resorting to individualism. I thought the ASCUDA system was connected together after our Zambian brothers upgraded from ASCUDA 2.7 to ASCUDA World. But I am sure our systems are not compatible, which is yet another thing that we need to start raising at the regional level and domestic level to ensure between our ICT systems. I will leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, there's a plea from our media team. They're requesting that honorable members and resource persons, as they take the floor, they should switch on their videos because our meeting is being broadcasted live on South African Parliament TV. Thank you.
Well, that is noted, but on my side, when I attempt to switch on my video, it says I cannot start it because the host has disabled me. I hope the other members are not facing the same problem. Did you get that, Edna?
Noted on. Yes, I did, Honorable Chair. I'll engage our IT team.
Thank you. Honorable members, any more contributions?
I see a hand from Dr. Stumbeko Msukutwane from Zambia, Honorable Chair.
Please go ahead, Dr. Stumbeko. The floor is yours.
Honorable Msukutwane, are you there?
I'm here. I can hear you.
Yes, the floor is yours, Honorable.
Yes, I apologize. I don't think it's practical for me to put on my video because I'm in the bush, unless if you want to see the Zambian bush. I have 3 comments, Mr. Chairman. The first comment is that, are you following me?
Yes, we are, certainly loud and clear.
Okay, the first comment is that I very much appreciate the presentations made by our experts. It has really improved our knowledge of what is happening. Now, together with that, I like what you said, Mr. Chairman, on the issue of human beings, because those in the economics profession, I think, we would like to design structures and systems, but we don't pay much attention to the human capital that we are deploying. We can have all these things, one border stop posts and all sorts of things, but unless the human beings that we deploy there are qualified, committed, training, will not make much improvement. I noticed, for example, when you move around the region, it's amazing to see the differences in the way you are handled at the border post from one country to the other. In certain countries, even with the rudimentary technology, excellent service. Order, information is provided, direction is provided, but in other countries, chaos. So I would really urge the colleagues from the operating sides, ZRA and so forth, ZIMRA, to make sure that this issue of the human aspect is dealt with. Secondly, I have to say that there was a legislation that was passed in Zambia. I think it was to amend the law that the colleagues there were quoting. Then we asked the question, when you say you want to improve handling at the border posts, what do you exactly mean? Specifically, what are your targets? Okay, for the people in Europe and so forth, the target is very clear. A truck will not spend more than X number of minutes on a truck or on a bus. Very clear and straightforward. But we have just remained at the vague notion of saying improve, improve, improve. But improve from what to what? And this is where us as members of parliament come in. We have to insist. We have to insist that the improvement that we're talking about is measurable and quantified and targets set. Beyond that, we should not accept, because truly speaking, the Africans, we are making our own people suffer at these border posts, border crossings. Too much of hassle, okay? Too much of hassle. And my last point is this, Mr. Chairman. At these border posts, you recall that there are several departments from each country. At the border post, for example, there's customs and customs and exercise. There is also immigration. At certain borders, there's drug traffic control. Certain borders, there's the issue of environmental control. Certain borders, there are even issues, especially these days, of health control. Delays can come from any of these departments. So the question is, who is in charge at any given station? Who is in charge? Which one of these departments is in charge to ensure that the health people do not delay traffic? Those in charge of immigration, they don't trade traffic. Those in charge of drug control, they do not delay traffic. Who is in charge? I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Stumbeko. Honorable members, if there are no further contributions, allow me please to ask our presenters to respond to the issues that have been raised by our honorable members.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Thank you, Chair and honorable members, we really appreciate the very practical questions that have been raised by honorable members. I will address a few of them, and then I think the other issues will be addressed by the practitioners on the ground. Again, my name is Tasara from COMESA. The issue, I will start with the issue of corruption, because it is one issue that we are trying to see how it can be addressed. Corruption normally thrives where there are complicated procedures, where things are not clear to those who are being served, what they have to comply with. So one way of addressing corruption is to streamline the procedures so that they become very clear to those that are being served. And then the room for corruption will then be lessened in that regard. Also, one way of addressing it, especially what we are doing under the project called Small Scale Cross-Border Trade Initiative, because the small-scale traders are much more vulnerable to being harassed and to be asked for bribes at the borders, and some of them are women who are very vulnerable. They face these situations. So one way which we are trying to assist them is to, first of all, educate them about their rights, and also provide information about the border procedures so that they know exactly what is expected of them when they are crossing the border. Of course, it is difficult to really eliminate corruption, but it can only be probably reduced in the circumstances. So one way is, as I said, is to educate the traders and all those other border users about their rights, and also to make them aware of the procedures that they need to follow to legally cross the border, so that they are not amenable to face those. But also another way is to introduce a codes of conduct for border officials, so that they can be bound by the code of conduct and uphold very high ethics in the discharge of their services to the public. That's one point I wanted to raise. And then the other point to do with the pace at which the one-stop border posts are being implemented. Of course, Chirundu was operational and launched in 2009. What we have noted in the progress of implementation of OSBPs in Southern Africa is that they actually are spreading out. But I think the pace is not as high as probably people would expect, because, as we noted, it requires the two countries to agree and then to put all those legislations in place. And also there are some infrastructural developments that go with establishing the one-stop border posts. So there are quite a considerable considerable resources that are required to put these one-stop border posts in place. And in a number of places where these have happened, developing partners have had to come in. For instance, the one-stop border post that is being constructed between Zambia and Malawi, and Mchinji and Ngwami, the African Development Bank is providing resources for that. For the border between Zambia and Tanzania at Nakonde Tunduma, the Trademark Eastern Africa is also coming. Of course, the national government also provides some additional resources for this. So this is part of the reason why the number of OSBPs has not increased as much as we expected it. But we also see that Kazungula is happening. It's going to be commissioned soon. And that's the progress that is already being registered on that front. The issue of language at the borders, I think my colleagues will also come on that one. But for the project that we are doing on small scale, we are trying to get some of the information, translated into vernacular languages. There are so many of them, these vernacular languages, so sometimes it's a challenge to choose which one to feature now for use. But we choose the most prevalent one that is being spoken at that particular border. The problem is most of the regulations, the laws, and the procedures are actually in English. And this becomes a challenge for, especially for small scale traders, and probably for some drivers that may not understand well the English language. And this is one predicament that we really are facing. I wanted to just shed some light, but I think my colleague will address more the issue of the various centers of power and how that has been handled. Just to say that for the Chirundu, there's been a lot of consultations with the various border agencies and the various stakeholders, and this consultation is actually provided a way forward in terms of the various border agencies agreeing in those negotiations and interactions to come up with what becomes acceptable to both countries and to both agencies. So there are no shortcuts, really. There's a lot of interaction and giving and taking that is required for the negotiations of the various border agencies for the two countries that are involved in the development of the one-stop border post. The question of why Chirundu was chosen, it was largely the readiness of the two countries to start the one-stop border post, and also the strategic location of the border in serving the countries in the tripartite region. As honorable members will be aware, the Chirundu border post serves a number of countries that include South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe. It also covers DRC, Tanzania, and so it's a number of tripartite countries that are covered in this border, and that's why it was chosen as a pilot. I think, honorable members and chair, this is what I could offer as responses to the issues that were raised by honorable members. But the practical people who are on the borders, I think my colleagues from ZRA and ZIMRA could address some of the issues that were raised by honorable members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, if you could allow me to just supplement to what my friend Tasara has just indicated. So some of the responses, I think the responses will be the same, so I may not dwell much on them. The first one, I think, from Honorable Senator was asking about how practical it is or how it was for us to work together. Like my friend has already indicated, it took a lot of negotiations, discussions, deliberations. But one item that I want to bring forth just for the honorable members, what is very key is to promote or is to actually sell, if I can use that term, what are the benefits. So basically it is that people buy in, understand the benefits. Of course, the issue of power, like it is at the OSBP, people still exercise, still enforce their regulatory requirements. But this is now done in a more coordinated way. And people are able to talk. We have agencies, not just, we don't have now intra-agencies, but we now have even inter-agencies, working relations, because you have now people from the two countries on one side, and they're able to quickly relate and what. So it's quite difficult. It wasn't been very easy, to do that, but I think what is important is to look at what is a common goal for both countries and also even for the different agencies. So it's an issue of bringing out what are the benefits if this is going to for us, if we have to implement this measure. So that is actually what is, I would say, would be very key in there. But yes, it's not very easy because there is differences in culture, differences, you know. And so for Chirundu, like my friend has said, it was so easy. It was easy for us, I think, because I think both countries and not just the revenue authorities and the other agencies, where like we needed to, I think, implement the OSPP. There was an issue regarding the joint, do we have border management at the borders? Yes, we have joint border committees. They are there, but like I indicated in my presentation, that they may not be working to the expectation of every stakeholder. So this is why we are trying to say, I think there I indicated is strengthening them and also ensuring that we have these regular discussions, you know, because they actually help in managing the OSBP operations. So, and these committees don't just involve the revenue authorities or the key stakeholders, the key agencies, including the private sector. So a part of them, the clearing agent industry and the rest, join in these committees so that issues common to the OSBP are dealt with. Because like I indicated earlier on, when you're operating, you know, two stops, when it's not an OSBP, it's difficult to deal with certain issues, but certain issues, of course, are dealt with better when you have an OSBP. What is the reason for Chirundu? I think Tasara has ably indicated there, being, I think, one of the key entry point on the north-south corridor. And of course, the country is also looking at it. The traffic as well did dictate that there was need to have and facilitate the movement quickly. And even not just, I think if you understand, before the COVID-19, we used to have a lot of even these passengers through on passenger buses. I think on average, we used to have like on a day, 11 buses from South Africa, from Zimbabwe, and from Zambia as well, the other way. So it's just indicating that it was important that we had to implement this measure to facilitate that movement of both trade and travel. Chair, the other thing is, are there same services being offered? In terms of yes, I would say yes in a way. When you go and stop, for example, you're coming from Zambia, you stop on the Zimbabwean side, because you will not stop on Zambian side if you are traveling as a traveler. Let me just give that example. You'll find, first you have to deal with Zambian immigration. You have to exit Zambia. Immediately you go, they just sit side by side. So, because that's one of the, you know, the enablers of one OSBP, or is that you share common facilities. And immediately that then you have now to enter. So you have to be allowed. So if there are any issues to do with immigration, and like I said, it's easily handled there because we have these people just sitting next to each other. And then after that, then you have to go to customs and do your customs exit formalities before you go to Zimbabwe. So those are, yes, the services you find common on both sides. It's the same way. What is happening there is the same way happening on the other side of the country. But there, of course, each of them are still administering their, you know, territorial laws. So maybe that is where I think the honorable member had indicated where you find certain goods may be allowed in the other country, where others will not be allowed. That still happens because it's the laws that are defining what we can allow to come in because of the different environment we have. So it doesn't mean there's certain, of course, like I know at Chirundu, we're talking about Chirundu, the simplified trade regime. We have a common list that is agreeable, even with our colleagues on the other side, for our cross-border traders. But in terms of certain, of course, even if they're agreeable, the other country may say, according to our law, maybe the Ministry of Agriculture Act does not allow this importation of these goods. So we need to also have that understanding. But definitely the goodness is that able to reconcile and come to a common understanding. The issue, infrastructure, I would say the enabler, which I call it the enabler of one OSBP is, of course, the infrastructure, the appropriate infrastructure. But even where the infrastructure has already been built as two different stops, it's very easy in certain circumstances. But Chirundu, we may have difficulties because maybe because of the river, we may have not so much land to try and expand. We have seen, I think, in other jurisdictions and where the OSBP had to be tuned in line, the infrastructure had to be tuned in line with the OSBP, so which still can be done. So it may not necessarily that we have to start with the infrastructure, which in line with the OSBP, but it's always good that before we put up that infrastructure for the OSBP, we have already designed how the traffic flows, how the procedures, which agencies will sit where, how the others will do their exit formalities. But you can still do that even when the buildings have not been built. But usually we have challenges. We have, I think, usually a lot of architectural challenges in trying to do that. ICT it may be one of the enablers, but still you can operate, you can still begin the OSBP. Of course, the infrastructure is key, and then you can still have that ICT interconnectivity. I can tell you that, honorable members, that for Chirundu, our officers that are sitting on the other side, we have that interconnectivity where we are able to get our connected to the network. Earlier on, it was before we could connect. Of course, after the operationalization of the OSBP, we had difficulties because our officers almost went like manual. But it's very important, like the honorable members have indicated, that ICT is important. The interface as well is really important because it helps instead of having people to shuttle between the two borders. But you can do it at your own convenience. Look for the information that will help you to actually do your operation as customs or immigration or the other agencies. Yes, Honorable Chair, I think you raised this issue of 24 hours. It was, of course, one of those measures that I think, and thank you so much to Sadiq, was part of that group that came up with those guidelines. We had to, of course, look at those guidelines and even extend further and looking at how quickly can we move, because the more you keep people in one place, the drivers, the trucks, that would be a catalyst to the spread of the COVID-19 disease. So we had to do this, but of course we have to make sure that this is legislated, that it becomes permanent. And this, thank you so much, Chair, and I think the honorable members, I know you all support that Chirundu can become 24 hours permanent. The reasons are quite clear. Like I indicated in my presentation, you have Bedbridge that is 24 hours and is the one actually supplying the traffic into Chirundu that has to close at some point. So you have a lot of traffic, remaining uncleared. So it is important. Refresher courses, not happening, Chair, and this is what we have indicated, and it's good that we have those cooperating partners coming. And I did allude to the fact that even as ZRI, we are looking at a sustainable program of refresher courses, not just maybe going for benchmarking to other countries, but of course, one of the cooperating partners have indicated they want maybe to get certain lessons learned from the other OSBP in Africa that are doing quite much better than ourselves, to try and also bring those lessons. So we are looking already at a program, even including in our training program for our new officers. We have now included the OSBP operations, but we're talking about those that have already been in the system and will move to, for example, head office where there's no SBP operation, they go to Chirundu, what happens? So we are also tailing up a refresher course that will be at a scheduled, I think maybe quarterly or whatever time we decided could be provided to the officers. Legal issues, they are very important in terms of agreeing on the operation of OSBP, but of course you need to harmonize the bilateral agreements that draw up now a common legislative environment for the operations of the OSBP. So that becomes very important, and those negotiations have to happen for that to work, because you need to agree that this is what we'll do, and that has to be done by both by the both countries. Language, indeed, Honorable Chair and the Honorable members, it is a challenge. I remember having worked at the border, Chirundu specifically, where you have someone coming and using, for example, one language that officers may not understand to try and facilitate them. And it's good my colleague from COMESA has indicated that that challenge was already picked up by COMESA, and they're trying to find a way of having information, and I think even including the signage. But it is also becomes at times difficult to try and say, because there are so many local languages that we need, but maybe it's to decide what is a common local language that we can. Like we've seen on our friends from the other side. I was a few weeks ago in Nakonde working with the consultant on our friends have provided, I think, languages both in Tanzania, in Swahili and in English. So that's one way I think we can find a way. But of course, luckily enough for us, you find that you are lucky as one office or the other that is able to actually speak that language and they help out. But the language issue is indeed a challenge that needs to be looked at. In terms of corruption, what is being done, and I think even Honorable Dr. Stumbeko did allude to the issue of the human aspect, and I think the honorable members. As for ZRI, I think we have a zero tolerance to corruption. We have programs even at Chirundu, and I think even in this, during the joint meetings, that is, I think, discussed as an OSBP. But we have also integrity committee within ZRI, and also integrity focal point officers at the border, not only at Chirundu. It's an agri issue that I think undermines the operation. So it's not something that can be tolerated anywhere. So it's indeed something that we have not just left, but actively being, and we work as well with the anti-corruption. And for your own information, honorable members, we even got anti-corruption established at Chirundu. They have an office there. So you can see that it's an issue that we even have that liaison, and they are part of these even discussions to ensure that it doesn't bring up this ugly face of this, unwanted social item that which I think undermines in operations, not just for OSBP, but in any formal setting. This is not something that should be allowed or even not even tolerated. Maybe that should be a better term. ICT systems not connected. Sorry, Honorable Chair, we share your lamentation on this aspect, but I can assure you, even as I was in the meeting here, I just saw my colleague sending an email from Zimra regarding our meeting on the data exchange, which of course I'll look at once the meeting is finished. But it's just to assure you that that is being addressed. But truly, like you said, this should have been part of, and we should, as ICT is an enabler of OSBP implementation. I think it needs to be for those that are looking at implementing OSBP to be part of the items. I can assure you that if talking about Kazungula, because I'm involved on a weekly basis there, one of the things that we've put with our colleagues from Botswana is to implement the electronic data exchange. And so far, the development is at an advanced stage, and the target is to ensure that this is optionalized before we commence OSBP operations. So we can actually indicate that, in summary, that of course the appropriate infrastructure, ICT systems, interconnectivity, and of course the legal framework are very key enablers to implement OSBP. Coming to the aspects, I think the last aspects are raised by Honorable Dr. Stumbeko, which one I've already alluded to. Maybe in my presentation, Honorable, I didn't indicate that we have a target as ZRI in our client's service charter, which is 1.5 days. But like I was saying, averaging 2 to 3 days now. That's why I'm saying improvement, because already we check, we have that way of measuring. one of the measures I can say is that Chirundu has been so much privileged that in the past, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 5 years, not even 5 years, 4 years, we have had 2 time release studies. That's one of the measures that we use actually to because this is quite encompassing. It looks at the time the truck arrives at the border, goes through not just customs, but through all the formalities that are at the border. If there are 10 agencies, if they are all involved in trade logistics, they ensure that all that is measured. And so that's why I'm saying that those recommendations which have actually helped at that time. I think the processing time was not good, but we are looking at that. Remember, even revising it further to even 1 day within 24 hours, especially now that we have these electronic platforms and where people don't need to physically move to the border to go and pay. This is how this one was arrived at, because it would allow people to pay. Because the other aspect is that we can do as agencies provide, but if the importer is not ready to pay taxes, that also adds on to the dwell time at the border. This is why we're promoting the electronic payments. We're promoting pre-arrival processing, so that before even the truck arrives, the people are already getting prepared, they already get the assessment. They may just wait when the truck arrives, and if there are any other interventions required by any of the cross-border regulatory agencies, once that is finalized, they just make payment from the comfort of their offices, even comfort of their home, whether it's a weekend, a public holiday. That's how the electronic payment is. So that if is promoted and if it can be taken up fully, would see, I think, trucks moving on average within a day, even less. ZRI, sorry, let me just get this one. Lead. Oh, yes. Who makes sure that the other agencies are adhering to the joint, to the agreed service levels in terms of ensuring that within a certain time their intervention is completed. As you may be aware, honorable members, I think traditionally in every border, customs takes the lead. But just to add on is that in the legislation that has been enacted, the Border Management and Trade Facilitation Act, it's clearly and it spells out that where ZRI and the other agencies exist, ZRI is the lead, becomes the lead agency. And where ZRI is not present, because there are certain small borders where we only have immigration, immigration becomes the lead agency. So that has been adequately been provided for in the legislation, and like I indicated that regulations are being drafted, and I think they'll soon be finalized so that we fully operationalize this piece of legislation. Honorable Chair, unless there are other items I may have missed out in my jotting down the issues raised by the honorable members, I can be allowed to just submit those responses, and if there are any further classifications required, Honorable Chair, we are available to provide this response. But we've also taken note on the concerns that are raised, especially why so far we still have to talk about improvement. Of course, things are dynamic and things change, but it's important, and this is why we've seen that even cooperating partners have come on board to try and ensure that we improve, because we are talking about the first OSBP in Africa. It should be the one that should be functioning even much better. But the concerns are taken, the challenges have been noted, and we also take on board what has been guided by the meeting. I submit, Chair. Thank you so much.
Your submissions are duly noted, gentlemen. I am happy that you've fully addressed yourselves to the concerns of the members of parliament. Honorable members, we have come to the conclusion of
Chair.
this.
Honorable Chair.
or was I about to shut you out, Honorable Member? Please go
Yes.
ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead.
yes. Oh, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I apologize for this. Let me just. I'm sorry, I had to address some housekeeping. A little me is attending to me now. Okay, Honorable Chair, thank you so much for the clarification that's been provided on the questions. I really appreciate the responses to my questions and further on the questions of other honorable members. I just have one last clarification that I need. I think on the issue of equal services being provided on both sides on the aspect of the OSBP. Yes, I understand that there are certain goods that may be prevented from entering countries based on various reasons. And my point of departure when I made the question was actually on the issue of authority by either side of the border on the OSBP, because like currently the situation right now, if I'm allowed to make an example, in Lesotho, since the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been an import certificate that is demanded. It's a prerequisite for anyone to bring goods to Lesotho. And this is provided by South Africa from the SARS. Now, for South Africans, it's very easy for them to import goods into Lesotho. But for Basotho, it's difficult to import goods into Lesotho from South Africa because the import permit is provided by South Africa, the certificate that is required. Now, for me, it's an issue of authority. It would seem Lesotho has less authority in opening up business for Basotho than South Africa has in opening up business for Basotho in Lesotho. It takes a longer time for this permit to be granted to Lesotho businesses than it is for South African businesses. I would think with the OSBP, if the powers are the same, then it would mean everyone that is bringing goods to Lesotho would be sourcing the service from the same platform, and the same way for others that are, for everybody that is exporting goods. That was my point of departure, because right now the authority or the power seems to be uneven. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Any quick reactions from our esteemed resource persons? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will not address myself to that. I will leave that to my colleague, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to address one issue which you addressed about differences in currencies, which also affect trading. I would like to say that at this point, at the level of integration that we've achieved either in SADC or in COMESA, we have not yet reached a point where we are a monetary union, where we have a single currency. So countries still have their own individual currencies. And unfortunately for now, the trading has to happen through exchange of currencies using the prevailing exchange rates. I know it causes some problems for traders. Sometimes you have doubts at the borders, you have people, money changers there. They may want to use a different exchange rate. So those are the challenges that are being faced. But for now, I think we have to live with that because we have not reached a level like Europe where they have the euro, which applies to a number of European Union countries. But even then, there are some countries that opted not to apply the euro because there are some complications that have to do with their control of monetary policies and their own national currency as well. So on the issue that the honorable member from Lesotho has raised, I don't know whether my colleague wants to say something on that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Chair, maybe not, just to indicate what happens in terms of, I think, permits for the various goods being exported to either country. We are talking about Chirundu because of the OSB. These are basically being issued by each of these states or member states. So it's all, of course, depending on the other country, whether those goods are allowable. So it's not basically under the OSBP, but of course there is that understanding, and that's why I was even saying on the list, the common list for the simplified trade regime for under COMESA, for the common goods that our cross-border traders can trade in. So that is agreed, but the permits are issued by the authorities from each of the countries where those goods are going to, where those people are exporting from. For example, Zambia is trying to export, so the export permit will be issued by authorities in Zambia, depending whether it's agriculture or whatever it is, and going to the other side. Vice versa, it's the same way that that will happen. But in case of where we need discussion, clarity, that is done, of course, during during the OSBP operations, so that we would not allow goods that are not permittable to be imported in the other country be given those export permits. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our presenters. Honorable members, if there are no further points of clarification, let me indicate that we have come to the end of our first session. We were supposed to take a break for lunch, honorable members, but I am asked to seek your indulgence that we sit in and we have the last two presenters giving us their presentations. I seek your indulgence, honorable members and esteemed colleagues, that we continue right up to the end of our program. In the absence of loud protestations from honorable members and esteemed colleagues, I would like us to continue. Honorable members and partners, allow me straight away to invite the resource person from the Zimbabwe Revenue Authority, ZIMRA, to take the floor. The member has 30 minutes to make his presentation, but perhaps without necessarily putting him in a corner or on the spot, I would really appreciate it as a delegate from Zimbabwe that by way of a preamble, he quickly addresses himself to the issue that was raised by his colleagues around the blockade that is created by trucks that are processed on the very road that should be traversed by other trucks leaving the one-stop border post at Chirundu. It would be nice to take off from that platform. I thank you. Our colleague from ZIMRA, the floor is yours. Edna, could you assist us by checking on our ZIMRA colleagues if they are still connected?
Noted, Chair.
We're supposed to have two presentations. If the other party is ready, we might as well give them the opportunity to do their presentation in the interest of time.
All right, Chair. Mr. Makambwe, are you ready?
Yes, Chair. I'm ready to make a brief presentation, owing to that most of the issues that the two presenters have mentioned or have presented have actually covered most of what I wanted to present. So I think my presentation is just going to cover the experiences and the challenges that cross-border traders have faced, with the one-stop border post at Chirundu. So if I'm allowed, Chair, may I continue with the presentation?
Yes, please, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so I just wanted to give a brief background to cross-border trade. And we've actually seen that this particular trade constitutes of about 70%, of women, especially in the SADC region. And you see that most of these particular traders are either formal or those that are not registered. And, this has been most of the the concerns about people smuggling, not going through the normal formal border post. And this is why governments within the SADC or COMESA are to take interest to try and help to facilitate, cross-border trade amongst, the citizens within the SADC region and the COMESA region. So Southern Africa Cross-Border Traders Association is a non-profit making organization that was set to amplify the voices of small-scale traders in SADC region. And we established in 2009 when we had a regional meeting at Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe with our partners that supported our establishment. And we also see that this informal cross-border trade is an economic activity that engages a high percentage of women in the region. And we've also seen that women in SADC, COMESA, and EAC have been at the forefront on this particular trade. Now, when you look at this particular type of trade, it constitutes a significant proportion of regional cross-border commerce in many African countries, with between 30 to 40% of total intra-SADC trade attributed to informal cross-border trade. So we've actually seen that the average estimate value of informal cross-border trade from this region, especially the SADC region, based on the information and the study from TRALAC, it was an impressive $17.6 billion annually. Comparing with other regions like in Kenya, you see that these enterprises employ about 7.5 million people, or about 80% of the country's total workforce outside small-scale agriculture, actually involved in this type of trade. Then some of the challenges that predominantly were faced with cross-border trade is also lack of trade facilitation was one of the issues and the challenges that was identified. Inadequate border infrastructure, limited access to finance and limited market information, corruption and insecurity, and also limited knowledge or education, and also lack of business management skills. So today, as we're discussing the one-stop border post, we are actually looking at how does this particular infrastructure facilitate trade, for informal cross-border traders or for cross-border business operators. Of course, I would not dwell into the background of how the Chirundu One-Stop Border Post facility was born, and I think that has been conclusively done by the two colleagues that were making presentation from COMESA and ZRA. But what I just want to look at is how has this particular one-stop border post facilitated in terms of trade among its small-scale traders. The implementation of the simplified trade regime, which is implemented in most COMESA countries, is actually one of the initiatives that were actually put to be part and parcel of the establishment, of this particular one-stop border post to facilitate small-scale traders. And these actually facilitated the establishment of the trade information desks at selected border areas, and Chirundu is one of them. But also mentioning that the trade information desks is actually visible only on the Zambian side than on the Zimbabwean side. I think that is one of the challenges that our small-scale traders were facing when they were moving before the COVID-19. We've also seen, and I think a gentleman from the Zambia Revenue Authority mentioned that the Zambian government actually, in the implementation of this one-stop border post, presented the Trade Facilitation and Coordination Border Management Act, which actually, as an association, was preview to critique and also to make some input into how this was actually going to be implemented.
Are you able to unmute?
So we have actually seen that this particular facilitation, in terms of how the border management could actually work to facilitate trade, it has actually necessitated, the implementation of one-stop border processing arrangement, for example, like the newly constructed Nakonde to Nduma one-stop border post. We have also seen the trade facilitation that is allowing for small-scale traders to be facilitated, which has been established at that particular border. So now I just want to delve into some of the benefits to cross-border traders. Of course, the initial concept of the one-stop border post had to include, among other infrastructures, just like shopping malls, probably affordable accommodation, maybe outside the control zone or near the areas where this one-stop border post was going to be done. But we have actually seen that the infrastructure has been put just to facilitate, for the smooth clearance of goods from both sides, where the infrastructure would accommodate both, the agents from the Zambian side and also from the Zimbabwean side. Then we have also seen that the implementation of the one-stop border post has actually improved, and also maybe this efficient and fast clearance of goods from both countries. I would give you an example before the COVID-19. I would believe that the traffic that used to come from either South Africa or through Zimbabwe, we used to actually have about 10 to 11 buses on a day. And I think one of the challenges that was mentioned was the time that the border was actually closing, because the time that you'll be coming from Beitbridge or coming from Harare, you'd find that you're going to reach the Chirundu border post maybe past 22, and then you find the border is closed. And the problems and the challenges that cross-border traders were facing is that we were actually sleeping on the buses. And you know that the Chirundu border post is actually situated in some kind of a game reserve. So you could have actually been seeing a lot of maybe animals and human, conflict with the animals that are just naturally walking or, inhabiting that particular area. But we also saw the increased business between countries, I think in the southern region, For example, I think there was a certain period that countries could have actually gone through a very difficult recession in terms of economic activities, where goods and services depended on who supplied them. And small-scale traders were predominantly moving these particular goods and services, across the borders. And the Chirundi One-Stop Border Post played a pivotal role to actually provide some kind of a cushion in terms of the supply of goods and services to countries at that particular time, where Zimbabwe, also Zambia, had to face some of, increased needs of certain goods and services that were actually needed in those countries. And predominantly, you could see women, most of them carrying these, from meal to groceries, to make sure that there is actually no a deficit in terms of supply. Then we've also seen the benefits is harmonization of laws between Zambia and Zimbabwe, but also to mention that there are still other challenges in terms of these particular laws, because probably the way the national laws are implemented on the other side could be different in the way they are implemented, maybe on the Zambian side. We have also seen some improved border security, as a result of this particular one-stop border post and its implementation. But also what we have seen further in terms of this particular security is the reduction, of small-scale traders using undesignated crossing points. And I think probably before maybe the improvement of these particular border facilities, we could actually hear stories of canoes actually, capsizing along the Zambezi River just to get goods and services, which was actually, a very dangerous, way of doing business at that particular time. So we've seen the improvement of this particular security. I think among the challenges that I mentioned was the issues to do with the duty rates. And I think, Honorable Chair, you actually asked this particular question on the issues of the import duty rates that are outlined either in the Zimbabwe Tariff Handbook. You find that they're quite different from the Zambian ones. So sometimes this is actually raising confusion and challenges to cross-border traders. So you also mentioned about the issues of penalties and fines. Sometimes punishable offenses that are considered as serious offenses maybe in Zambia may not be considered as serious offense in Zimbabwe. Probably maybe an example is maybe to importation of cooking oil that maybe Zimbabwe would allow, but probably in Zambia, because of implementation of certain policies, you'd find that most of the cooking oil that was being imported could have just been grabbed and maybe destroyed at that particular time. Currently, we have also seen the continuous lockdown on all Zimbabwean borders, and we've seen that cross-border traders now are not moving. And this is actually creating a challenge. And I think the question of Honorable member from Lesotho was asking is that in this particular pandemic period, cross-border traders would have not completely stopped moving to actually get goods from other countries. They might have actually started, using different strategies. For example, bulk, importation of goods that now actually eliminates the utilization of the window. Like, for example, the simplified trade regime, where they can actually use the preferential treatment to clear their goods and also to look at what is actually on the common list. Meaning that most of cross-border traders now, even from the Zimbabwean side, are actually organizing themselves to get goods from maybe Zambia and then to take them to Zimbabwe. Now you've seen the challenge now that these traders are facing is the acquisition of the certificate of origin for the goods that they are now trying to import, because the simplified trade regime window now is not operating because of the COVID-19. So this is just one of the challenges now that has actually arisen as a result of the continuous lockdown on the Zimbabwean borders, during this particular pandemic. In conclusion, I just want to mention that the Chirundi One-Stop Border Post has reduced the number of stops incurred in a cross-border trade transaction, combines activities of both countries, border organizations at a single location. with simplified exit and entry procedures and joint processing. Where possible, with each other border post controlling only the traffic entering the country, and this is what we've seen happening. The strenuous customs clearance procedures in which goods are separately inspected by officers on either side of the border, leading to massive delays, actually ended. But I just want to mention that apart from this, we would want to stress as an organization that the Chirundu One-Stop Border Post must continue to operate on 24 hours basis, because this is actually going to improve the flow of traffic, especially when the passenger transport is actually going to resume, maybe after the lifting of the measures on the COVID-19. The other aspect is also the issues to do with laws, and I don't know, probably on the Zambian side, that you can allow the movement of traffic 24 hours. But again, in Zambia, there's an implementation of restriction of night driving for passenger vehicles. And this also creates a problem in terms of the movement. Even when Chirundu can actually clear 24/7, and if they clear after 22 hours, and these are passenger buses, it means they are actually not going to continue their journey because of the law in Zambia that has actually stopped the movement of passenger vehicles after 21 hours. I submit, Chair. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation. May I check with you, Edna, if our Zimra colleague is ready with his presentation, so that we have it right away, and then honorable members go into plenary after the Zimra presentation.
Chairperson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Mjuru.
Okay, thank you very much. The name is Chad Zingwa, but I'm using Mr. Mjuru's credentials to access the meeting. I seem to be having a problem with my computer and my network in my office. So I had to go to plan B.
Oh, we really appreciate that effort. Please go ahead, Mr. Chadzingwa.
Thank you very much. Let me try and share the presentation so that we can get going. How do I share the presentation now? Share.
Right. Unoenda panaka pakanzi share. Share. What panapa share.
Busy. Yeah, busy. Today.
Oh, okay. Right, unofanira kubuda uko. Para. Share. Just ask to our
Right. Afternoon, Chair. I'm not so sure whether you are able to see my presentation.
Yes, now I can see your presentation, Mr. Chadzingwa.
Thank you very much. My apologies for the technical challenges that I was facing. It is my pleasure, Chairperson, to make a presentation on behalf of ZIMRA on the Chirundu one-stop border post. And let me also appreciate the previous presentations from my colleague, Mr. Tizora, Mr. Liti from Zambia Revenue Authority. In fact, after their presentation, I was saying what else do I need to share with the meeting? Chirundu one-stop border post being a shared resource, you find our challenges, they are almost the same. You find our procedures, they are almost the same. The one-stop border post, it was a creation of COMESA, and the overall presentation by Mr. Tizora summed up the issues at Chirundu. But however, I need to look at when I got the signal for the presentation, it was to look at the achievements in implementing Chirundu one-stop border post as part of the coverage. It was to look at challenges and lessons and prospects of Chirundu, then also to look at strategies to improve Chirundu one-stop border post. This presentation on the slide, Chairperson, is depicting to your left what used to be the Chirundu before the current infrastructure. That used to be the small border post, I recall, late 90s into the early 20s. That's where our passengers, our travelers, our commercial trucks used to be cleared. Then to your right of the screen, that is the new terminal at Chirundu, Zimbabwean side of that border post. But when this structure was built, Chairperson, please note that it was built before the idea of a one-stop border post came into fruition. It was built as a standalone, the traditional border post. So you find it's a giant, massive infrastructure, which when you look at what are the requirements of a one-stop border post, it may not be supporting that. But like I'm saying, when our government decided to re-upgrade that border post, before we started talking of the one-stop border post concept. Before we started talking about the one-stop border post concept. So as a way of introduction, why one-stop border post? Again, I'm indebted to Mr. Tasara. He really covered why the reasons for one-stop border post, which in future, in small or in short, is to summarize that Chirundu one-stop border post is between Zambia and Zimbabwe. And obviously, from his presentation, pictorial presentation, we are separated by the mighty Zambezi River. We started operating this one-stop border post in 2009. So it has been a while now that we've been running Chirundu as a one-stop border post facility. The border plays a pivotal role in Africa's north-south trade corridor, which links travel and economic activities from 8 countries, namely Botswana. We've got cargo that comes out of Botswana into the Democratic Republic or vice versa, cargo that is coming out of Mozambique or vice versa, Malawi, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. All this cargo, as they travel up north or down south, they pass through our mighty Chirundu one-stop border post. It may explain, I know one member had asked to say, why was there a decision to look at Chirundu? Chirundu is a kind of your replica of Beitbridge in Southern Africa. If you look at economic activities up north of Zimbabwe. So that's the reason why I want to believe it was chosen as one of the starting point to have a one-stop border post facility in the country. What are the challenges that motivated Chirundu one-stop border post? Again, I'm just repeating what has already been shared in the meeting by my previous presenters. One, we were trying to eliminate duplication of procedures at the border post to make it smooth and faster. The one-stop border post concept is a trade facilitation initiative. I think that should be key and critical without taking member states' legal requirements. It's just a trade facilitation initiative to smoothen the crossing time, to smoothen the crossing times across the border post. That's the reason why it was created. So when we created the one-stop border post, the idea was to try and remove duplicated border procedures and also to quicken the clearance times. We're also trying to address the disharmony between commercial office operating hours. At one time, Zimbabwe was operating its commercial office from 8 in the morning to 5 p.m., whilst Zambia was operating between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. But currently, as we were discussing, we must have noted that we are now running a 24-hour operation at Chirundu one-stop border post. So that is one of the benefits of the one-stop border post concept, to try and harmonize your commercial or your border operating hours. Due to, I recall Mr. Tasara made reference to this one, where we are trying to minimize trading cost. Delays at the border post, be it by 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, an hour to 24 hours, 48 hours, that would increase trade cost. And it is our people who is the end user, the consumer, who is going to pay the cost. So as an economic blocking, we need to ensure that we minimize the trade cost. That was one other initiative or motivation. We also need to look at the social ills threat that were happening at Chirundu, still happening, maybe they now reduced the rate. Before the one-stop border post, you find because of delays in traffic clearance, delays in passenger clearances. Some people end up sleeping on either side of the border because they cannot cross the border during that particular time. So it then resulted in an increase in the levels of prostitution. Drivers would spend longer periods at the border post. Issues of STIs and HIV cases. At one time, if you look at the previous record and studies by our Ministry of Health, you find that there was an increase in STI cases and HIV cases at Chirundu and mostly at almost our border post. We found an increase of school dropouts as boys joined the touting and girls, the commercial sex workers. So definitely one way of trying to reduce this was then to have the one-stop border post facility so that the crossing time is reduced and people move to join their families on either side of the border. Like I'm saying, one-stop border post is a trade facilitation initiative. We need to expedite traffic movement through the border and minimize congestion. I'm now repeating myself. Let me go to our success stories. As Chirundu one-stop border post, it is the first such one-stop facility in Southern Africa. So as Zimbabwe and Zambia, we need to pride ourselves to say we're there. We are the motivators of one-stop border post. To the extent that a number of our brothers within the region, the DRC, Angola, Mozambique, Namibia, Tanzania, Dan, South Africa, to mention some of those, they've actually visited the facility at Chirundu to learn from what you have done and also go and perfect as they look at their own facilities back home. So we become a kind of a yardstick because we were the creators of this good initiative. If you made errors when we were creating it, it means when the next facility, maybe between Ethiopia and Sudan, they would learn from the mistake that we have done. So that's the benefit of benchmarking. Again, we have the benefit of Zambia and the Zimbabwean border officials working under one roof, leading to increased cooperation between border agencies. But I'm aware, Chairperson, you have raised the issues of corruption in the meeting during the previous discussion. Say, now that officers are working in the same environment for longer periods, does that not brew corruption? Indeed, it does brew corruption. But there are solutions that we have employed at the Zimbabwe Revenue Authority to deal with that. You find as ZIMRA, we do our staff transfers as a way of minimizing the stay of any official at any particular workplace or workstation. And at Chirundu, mostly within 2 years, you should have done your stint and you move out to the next station. We've got a very vibrant loss control division, which looks at staff integrity issues. If you are found on the wrong side of issues, if you fail to account for your accusations, you need to just respond. We also, as ZIMRA, to fight corruption, we look at issues of lifestyle audits to say if I'm having a house in the leafy suburb of Borodeo, as an example, in Zimbabwe, is my income able to, would it allow me to buy such a property? Or that property, I've been receiving some extra cash, extra income elsewhere for me to be able to live in that leafy suburb. If I'm going to be driving a Toyota Land Cruiser today, V8 series, do I have the capacity as an employee of the organization to be buying such a motor vehicle? So these are some of the measures that we employ to try and fight corruption. The procedures, I know they've been spoken about. We've got detailed procedures which have been agreed and signed. And for anyone to move into an office, you must sign for those procedures which are documented so that tomorrow you don't say, oh, you're not aware. Okay, I'll move on. The other success story that we have at Chirundu is that passenger trucks, private cars, they're stopping only at once on either side of the border. It means we are reducing the clearance time. So we'll be meeting the objective of the one-stop border post facility. Then there's also greater sharing of information intelligence between border officials. For example, our brothers in Zambia Revenue Authority and ZIMRA, we are just like one from the same family. It's easier for us to look at and share information on operational activities that are happening within the border post and within the region. Right. What are the challenges that we are currently seeing at the Chirundu one-stop border post? I tried to come up with that picture, drawing poor it is, but I'll be able to explain and speak through it so that people understand. But I'm happy, my colleague, friend from ZRI, he did mention the issues of traffic which is coming from Forbes border post. If you look at your extreme left, there's traffic flowing from Forbes border post. We've got 1 or 2 traffic that flows from Nyamapanda into Zambia. We've got traffic that picks fuel from our oil company, from our oil station called Noik in Harare, for fuel that is going into Zambia, into DRC. We've got traffic, not much though, coming from Plumtree border post, Botswana, into Zambia or into DRC or going up further into Tanzania. We also have traffic coming from Beitbridge. I think it has been mentioned from the previous presentation, coming from Beitbridge, South Africa, Durban ports, all the way through Zimbabwe, they get into Chirundu border post. So from that picture, you can find, I've tried to depict a Chirundu being a small funnel now, trying to allow all those traffic flows from the various border posts to pass through Chirundu. That was the motivation to have a one-stop border post. Because we are now trying to say, how can we minimize delays at Chirundu? Someone did mention in the previous presentation that Beitbridge was operating 24 hours throughout the year. Traffic is moving. They get to Chirundu, they park to wait for the next opening hour. And already traffic is piling. And the chairperson, I'm aware you may have read the articles where in the newspapers or on televisions, local newspapers, local televisions, where queues were being reported to be 5 kilometers from Chirundu back into Zimbabwe, awaiting clearance into Zambia. That's the nature and pattern of our traffic that we deal with at Chirundu. The next slide, I was trying to give just a few examples of our traffic statistics in terms of numbers. On average, Beitbridge does about 400 trucks, which will be in transit to exit through Chirundu. Forbes, an average of 300, that makes it 700. Plumtree, well, maybe on a good day, they do 4 or 5. Fuel tankers, on a good day, we deal about 20 from Noik Masasa to go back into Zambia or DRC. All this traffic would then converge at Chirundu border post. At 400, at 300, plus or minus another 100, or to be cleared through Chirundu border post. So that's a big challenge that we have, and we need to be efficient in the manner that we handle our clearances. The other challenge, too many border officials which are operating on the Zimbabwean side of the border post. I want to believe it's the same on the Zambian side. And these become non-tariff barriers. The delays that one member made reference to, therefore, it would exist. How would we then deal with such a challenge? We need to have a single window facility, and I'm happy to report that in Zimra, we are working towards this ICT solution, where we are simply saying, if you are, for example, as an example, you are from the Ministry of Agriculture, you can actually have access to our database of Zimra. You look at everything that is coming through your border post, sitting in your offices, where you then decide to have a physical examination. Can you link up with Zimra so that when Zimra, we have a one-stop facility where every border agent who is interested in that cargo would then come in and inspect at one time. I think the previous speaker also spoke about the delays of physical examination. This is one answer to it. We also need to have a concept of coordinated border management, which again is another WCO initiative to simply say all our border officials, border activities must be coordinated. And one of the questions that was answered, Chairperson, was to say, who is the lead agent at our border post? Just like the response from ZRIA, Zimra in Zimbabwe has been identified as the lead agent at the border post. So therefore, it is expected that from a government perspective, that Zimra coordinates all the activities at the various border posts. That's why when delays happen at the border post, the first protocol is saying there are delays at Zimra. Even if it is a matter that pertains to immigration, you always find that there are delays at Zimra. Even if it is a matter that it pertains to our Republic Police, maybe from the drugs agencies, people say it's Zimra because we are seen as the lead agent at the border. So it is our role as Zimra to really coordinate these activities. The other challenge that we have at Chirundu, Chair, is that the border infrastructure is inconsistent with the desired structure of the OSBP. When Mr. Tasara was making his presentation, he did make reference to three types of one-stop border post. And like I indicated when I was giving you the photos of the current infrastructure at Chirundu, it was built and its structure is not supporting the traffic flow of a required or of an ideal one-stop border post facility. The other constraint, we have got a scanning machine, the scanners, or some call them the non-intrusive machines. On the Zimbabwean side, you find because of the space constraints, that machine is sitting on the exit side, where ideally we want it to be on the entry side of the border. Again, that's a constraint to do with the land at Chirundu. So you find because of that, it then causes congestion, the delays that Mr. Tasara was referring to will then come, and we will not be that efficient in the manner that we would want to be efficient. Infrastructural deficiencies, yes, there was discussion around a 24-hour operation, and I think we want to appreciate your support, Chair, that we need to run 24 hours. But we also want your support as committee members to ensure that there is enough funding availed to either side of the border post so that we have enough infrastructure, enough accommodation, enough houses for all border agencies so that we can then be efficient and effective. At the moment, if I look at Zimra now, we are running 24 hours, but our officers are so much under pressure because there are few numbers. We don't have space to put any additional numbers should we look elsewhere for them. So yes, we got a budget to try and build, but it may not be enough to meet the challenges and demands of Chirundu. And the other issue, the incoming and outgoing commercial trucks, they use the same bridge, the same new bridge at Chirundu. That becomes a constraint. I would hope that maybe we'll get some donors to redo the other bridge so that it can also hold the commercial traffic, so that all our exit, which is exit from Zimbabwe entering into Zambia, they use one side of the one bridge. The exit from Zambia entering into Zimbabwe uses another bridge. I think that would come in very handy to improve efficiencies at the border. When we now look at strategies to improve Chirundu one-stop border posts, we want to appreciate the Chair that our Zimra board have approved a new organogram, which will bring the desired Zimra efficiency at Chirundu one-stop border post. Currently, there's only one shift manager, one manager in charge of the operations. He can only work 8 hours. Yet we are saying we've got a 24 operation. We also need oversight during the other hours. So that structure is in place, and we are now working towards filling in the numbers. A construction of residential accommodation, I've already spoken about it, is an essential, which is a necessity so that we can increase staff levels to meet the workload. The single window facility, I've made reference to it. We need it so that we can minimize delays at the border, where all border agents can be able to connect electronically. The electronic data exchange between the two revenue authorities, I'm happy. My colleague from ZRI has indicated that he's in receipt of our communication, where we want to further discuss around that. It's not the start of a discussion, it's just a continuation of discussions around electronic data exchange. I know, Chair, you're speaking about the ICT connectivity and the standardization. And the coordinated border management, I've already made reference to it, is another key driver for success at any border post, be it at the Chirundu or any other border post, it's a key driver. We also need to share our scanning images online to minimize double scanning. This is again part of the discussion where we're talking about data interchange between ZRA and ZIMRA. We need firefighting equipment at Chirundu one-stop border post. For those who have been there, Chair, they will agree with me that the temperatures can be so scorching. At one time, 43, 42 degrees Celsius. If fire in that kind of temperature, they can motivate a fire outbreak at any time. So we need that firefighting equipment to be available. The nearest, if you look at Karoi, more than 160 km away, that's not good enough. We also want efficient medical services, a good referral hospital required on the ZIM side. Currently, you find if any one of our officials fall sick, we rush across to the Zambian side of the border post for medical attention. Yes, we've got a clinic, we've got health officials on our side, but at times, you decide that the person really requires hospital attention. So we now have to rely on the Zambian side. Maybe that's the advantage of having a one-stop border post facility, which is a shared resource. We're also now sharing healthy facilities. Signage, my colleague from ZRA has also made reference to it. We need signage within the common control zone. Signage is one of the very few small, but very efficient way of minimizing delays. People will be properly directed from one counter to the next counter, from one section of the border to the next section. And then the last issue, like I indicated in my earlier discussion, is that we would want the new old bridge to be maintained so that part of the commercial trucks would use that as an exit point or entry point, depending on decision that would have been made. Chair, I was just about to come to the end of my presentation, but I know that when we were discussing the other issues, there are quite a number of issues that I thought I should have responded to from a ZIMRA perspective. The first one on corruption, I think I tried to deal with it, to say we also have a zero tolerance to corruption, and we've got some measures that we are put in place to try and deal with these things. Like, for example, the staff transfer and the rotational system. It's one of the quick way of dealing with corruption at any particular custom setup. We also take our officers for disciplinary hearings in the event that they are found wanting. They need to stand trial and respond to their allegations. Data exchange, I think this has been dealt with adequately. I don't think I need to dilute the presentation that has been done by my colleague from Zambia, ZRA. And again, Chair, let me again thank you very much for your support for the 24 operations at any one-stop post, Chirundu in particular. We really appreciate that support. Refresher courses. Yes, ZIMRA, we do have refresher courses. Our approach to refresher courses is that at the end of the year, when we do our performance appraisal or our quarterly performance appraisal, it's a way of identifying where you need to build capacity within your officers. So we then call upon officers to then say, come our financial year for 2021, which is current now. Officer X, what will be your requirement in terms of any training that you require? They are listed. And the calendar then it comes out. And you then make sure that that officer who would have said he wants to have a refresher course on a tariff or an examining or tariff classification he then attends those refresher courses. So that we do religiously. We also appreciate the partners from COMESA, IOM. They do 1 or 2 refresher meetings on one-stop border posts. The recent one was IOM, International Organization for Migration. I also realized they also have interest in Chirundu, and I happen to have been one of the people who attended that. Attachments elsewhere, we do send officers for attachment for benchmarking. I'm not trying to, but if I could also share with the meeting that I'm also a beneficiary of such a system where I was in Japan on a customs administration management course. And one or 2 officers from Chirundu, they've also attended the same attachments or training programs. At the Zimra chairperson, we are going through a change management program. A change management program which we think is going to address the need of trade facilitation, the need of revenue collection, the need of this country is Zimbabwe. We also believe that the change management program that we are taking officers through are going to align their thinking process around strategies of the organization, align their thinking processes around the national development strategies at a national, at macro level. So we are having that change management program, which we think will go a long way as a refresher, as retraining and retraining, and focusing officers to the strategy of the organization, and in particular on trade facilitation. During the change management programs, we also have an opportunity to share the strategy of the organization. And one key strategy that we always talk about is trade facilitation. It's a key strategy in our documents, in our strategy documents. So you can't make a presentation in a change management program without talking about trade facilitation. That's how important we have looked at trade facilitation. The major challenge that we have, which I think Chair, I'm happy when we started the chat around it, but we also think about it. The threat that is coming out of Mozambique. You find most of your traders within the region, they are now having an appetite to use Beira Port. Beira Port 1, if you look at Beira Port in terms of distance on the road, Beira to Harare, Beira to Mutare about 290, 300. Mutare to Harare 263, Harare to Chirundu 340. You're already in Zambia. Yet, if you are going to use the other ports, Durban, it's quite a longer distance in terms of the traveling on the road. So we are realizing that there is an appetite by our traders, by our clients to use Beira Port. Now with the civil war or the whatever disturbance that are happening in Mozambique, that could be a threat to our trade patterns within the region. Chairperson, I think this brings me to the end of my submission. We are now open for any further clarification discussion. I thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the informative presentations. Honorable members and partners, you are now free to seek clarifications and to ask any questions as the case may be. Any clarifications or questions, honorable members? If there are none at the minute, may I just proceed and indicate that cross-border trade creates jobs for women, our youth, it supports livelihood.
Senhor Presidente, eu tenho sim algumas questões a apresentar e tinha a mão levantada já há alguns minutos e gostaria de poder apresentá-las, caso fosse possível. Estou? Gostaria de saber se estou a ser ouvida. Ok.
Eu estou a ouvi-la, senhora vice-presidente.
Sim, mas parece que o intérprete tem que fazer a interpretação daquilo que eu disse, que é para poder continuar.
Sim, senhora vice-presidente, estamos à espera só que o presidente confirme a recepção da mensagem.
I notice the vice chair would like to ask a question. Please proceed, Madam Vice Chair.
Muito obrigada a todos. Eu quero, antes de apresentar a minha questão, pedir as minhas desculpas pelo atraso no início da sessão, mas é como um participante disse hoje de manhã, nós ainda temos desafios técnicos e tecnológicos. É também um problema idêntico. A questão que eu queria levantar, queria primeiro juntar a minha voz aos colegas que já se pronunciaram para felicitar os preletores que tivemos aqui durante o período da manhã e esta última preleção, que são de facto muito profundas. A questão que eu queria apresentar tem a ver com uma questão que foi referida recentemente aqui, tem a ver com o fenómeno do tráfico de droga que nós temos, portanto, os nossos países vivem esses fenómenos e eu gostaria de saber como é que o posto fronteiriço de Chirundo lida com essas questões que têm a ver com o tráfico de drogas. A outra questão tem a ver com o facto de os nossos países, sobretudo aqueles países que são de dimensão muito grande, lidam com a questão das fronteiras muito vastas entre uns e outros países, pois sabemos que o facto de termos fronteiras muito vastas e não as podermos controlar ou fiscalizar serve também de estímulo para que alguns comerciantes individuais façam o comércio transfronteiriço, mas de forma ilegal. Portanto, esse é um problema grande, é um desafio grande. Acredito que gostaria de saber como é que esses países que foram aqui apresentados, e sobretudo o posto fronteiriço de Chirundo, têm lidado com essa questão do facto de termos fronteiras muito vastas e que permitem que se faça o comércio ainda de forma ilegal. Muito obrigada.
Obrigado, Vice Chair. I would like to recognize Lesotho.
Thank you, Chair. Mine was really not a question. It was simply to confirm that the last presentation has really enlightened me, particularly on the issues that I had concerns with earlier on. So it's just to express appreciation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Tepang. I have a few issues for the cross-border traders. I need to underline that I appreciate the fact that cross-border trading creates jobs for women, the youth, and that in a large way it supports livelihoods and contributes to food security. But on the flip side, you cannot talk cross-border trading without discussing matters of cross-border sex, as it were, or transactional sex. I just want to check with the association on the question of adequacy. I know it has been addressed a bit by Zimra of health infrastructure, particularly at Chirundu border post. Is it one that caters or takes into consideration matters of prostitution, HIV transmission, because we have also identified truck drivers as key drivers of HIV. Are you happy with the infrastructure at Chirundu? And do you have capacity to share information related to matters health with your members? And I also realize that there are problems that seem to be ever present. High duties, burdensome bureaucracy, corruption, harassment, and other difficulties at the border. In fact, there's been a suggestion by some groups that we must have a charter for cross-border traders, since it bears the potential to address the problems that I have mentioned above. I just want to hear your sentiments on the question of a charter for cross-border traders, because even the simplified trade regime that you spoke of, while it eases customs processes, but still there remains a host of registration and other requirements which are an actual bother. They're an actual headache, even especially for small cross-border traders. These remain in place, and invariably, one can argue they increase the costs of small traders, placing them at uncompetitive levels. I would like Mr. Makambwe to speak to these issues. Then for Mr. Chadzingwa, you mentioned that these 20 fuel tankers are processed a day. I would like you to address this august meeting on the question of fuel marking. Are we realizing any successes in that area concerning the high corruption levels bedeviling the importation of fuel? And then on the question of the scanner that you said is wrongly located on the exit side instead of the other side. What do you suggest should be done? Because I think this was an area of concern with one of the presenters that said this then makes for a blockade, which prevents a movement of goods and people entering or leaving the country. And in that way, it defeats the purpose of the one-stop border post. We have duly noted your concerns on the question of accommodation and firefighting, but on the question of refresher courses, you then went on to give us a one-sided picture, the Zimbabwean side of staff development. Yet my question sought to establish whether there is common training in unison for both countries now that they operate under one roof, because we cannot underestimate the training of both agencies to keep in touch with international standards. That's the training that I was looking for. Training for both countries in unison, both agencies, now that they work under the same roof. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Can I start responding to the two questions that you actually asked?
Yes, sir, you may go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions, Honorable Chair. Yes, you actually mentioned that cross-border trade, of course, is actually a strategy for poverty alleviation, and is also, create jobs and improve livelihoods in many, of the countries. Talking about how the association is working in terms of trying to provide information on the issues to do with health. As an organization, yes, we have a strategy on how we engage our members, on how they should actually, conduct themselves, and how they can also further protect themselves from, such type of, diseases, just such as HIV and AIDS. But I just want to mention that probably we've been doing some kind of, studies looking at how cross-border trade in relation to HIV and AIDS has actually maybe escalated the spread of HIV, or it is the general congestion of a border point that necessitates people to start using, to start thinking that they'll be able to find alternatives in terms of accommodation. For example, the women that will be traveling, maybe that are traveling either from South Africa and coming to Zambia through the Chirundu border, they would actually find the border closed, because at that particular time was not operating 24 hours. And that's why we're saying that the decision to implement the 24 hours operation at Chirundu should continue even after the post-COVID 19. I mentioned that within the border, the one-stop border post, and I think the initial concept was to try and see how the one-stop border post could also include other infrastructure that will facilitate for what we can actually say transit, probably transit accommodation for small-scale traders, or especially women that would actually want to attend to so many other needs as compared to just sleeping outside where there's no, water and other things. So you find that most of these people would be triggered to start, getting into different networks as a result of not having money for accommodation, or not even just wanting to spend the night on the bus. And they would rather get to the mainland and start maybe looking for other alternatives. In this particular manner, they've actually gone into, different activities that has actually led to most of them either, transmitting or getting, the HIV or any other diseases as a result of that. So what we need to actually do is that we've also been advocating that within the control zone, or maybe just after the control zone, probably there should be, a deliberate policy that both countries or government must look at how they can improve the accommodation infrastructure that could be affordable, especially for small-scale traders as they actually transiting to do their businesses. In terms of information, yes, we use several types, models of disseminating information. We actually use our website. We also use our social media in terms of trying to disseminate information. But also we have developed, as an association, some kind of interventions on how our members can actually get information on HIV and other communicable diseases, because as it was discovered that the virus will not actually move, not until a person moves from one area to the other. It's equally the same, spread of a virus that could have actually happened. Probably it could be Ebola. It could not just be maybe the COVID, virus. So we are actually packaging information, translating it in the languages that traders would understand, simple to understand, using of infographics to make sure that they are able to acquire this particular information. In relation to the issue of addressing the corruption, probably who starts the ball rolling in terms of corruption, probably at a border crossing. It is because of some restrictive nature of certain, border formalities that now makes traders to start thinking either to start, corrupting an officer, or officers to start looking at it as an opportunity for them to start, soliciting for monies from traders. So in order for this particular, avenue to be addressed, of course, the discussion around the establishment of the cross-border charter, we've had this particular, discussion around it and its implementation, and all what it actually needed was to have a support. For example, I talked about the bill or the act that was actually, established here in Zambia on the border management. It actually provided that between the borders, there should be some kind of interaction between the border management officials and probably the traders and maybe the clearing agents, in order for them to understand what are the biggest challenges. For example, you are going to find that certain officers at the border do not even have name tags. And that becomes very critical. And I think the issue that was talked about was the issue to have visible signage at the border. And that's also include that each and every officer that is operating at the border must actually have a name tag, or probably to actually know that this particular person represents either the drug enforcement, whether the agriculture and the like, and the name, for that. And we have actually seen that on the customs side, on the ZRA, we have seen that they have the name tags. But to totally address these particular issues, as an association, we also see that we need to create some kind of a platform that is going to generate evidence of incidences of corruption. Because if these incidences are not reported, then it will just be speculation to talk about corruption, sexual harassment, with no tangible evidence that these are actually happening at the border. So as an association, we are actually, trying to establish some kind of an online reporting system where most of our members, if they are crossing the borders, they'll be able to report either corruption or harassment to a particular platform so that they can actually report these instances. And this is actually going to provide, evidence that at Chirundu, 16 women have reported sexual harassment, meaning that it is actually going to be evident. And even when we bring it before you, Honorable Chair, you are going to see that people are reporting these harassments at this particular type of a border. So we are trying to build that particular system where our members should report, these particular incidences of corruption, instances of sexual harassment, and any other bureaucracies and impediment to trade. And Honorable Chair, I want to take this opportunity to mention that our association, Southern Africa Cross-Border Traders Association, is one of the national focal points on reporting through the simple messaging system, the SMS, on the non-tariff barriers, on eliminating these particular barriers. So meaning that we are actually working closely with the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, and also working through the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry to try and provide platforms so that our members are able to SMS and report most of the issues that actually trigger, the that actually impede them to trade properly, whether they are in Zambia or whether they are in Zimbabwe. So here in Zambia, we are actually hosting, the SMS Gadget as an association, meaning that we are providing this particular opportunity for them to report if they face any of the problems that are mentioned. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chadzingwa, you may want to quickly come in. Is Mr. Chadzingwa still connected? Edna, are you happy to check on Mr. Chadzingwa?
Chair, maybe as we wait for Mr. Chadzingwa, I can make one or two interventions to the issues raised by the honorable members.
Please go ahead, Mr. Miti. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of training, I think there was that issue that was raised on common training. Indeed, it would be important to have officials trained on the same material, sharing the same knowledge, so that there is common and uniform application of the procedures, of course, with in line with the international practices, best practices. Like I indicated, maybe just a bit of information is that currently, as we are speaking, JICA is at Chirundu, meeting officials from both sides of the border. Like I indicated, that's one of the partner that has come, that's a Japanese International Cooperation Agency, JICA, to come and try and help. And one of the items that is in their as their terms of reference and the areas they want to concentrate on, of course, the others have already been taken up by COMESA, is to provide training, and that training and capacity building. So that training will also include sharing with them the lessons learned from other, other OSBP in Africa. So that training indeed will benefit both set of officials from both countries. I know my colleagues, Mr. Chadzingwa, talked about training there on their side, as well as I did indicate. We have those internal training program. Maybe initially for us may not have the emphasis on OSBP operations, but now we are looking at even more OSBP operations apart from Chirundu. I mean, more borders coming, implementing OSBP operations. So we will have that as well, that to ensure that that is part of our curriculum for our course that we actually administer to our new staff. But going forward, Chair, Honorable Chair, just like it was indicated by my colleague, we need to ensure that we have that common training platform for all the officials at one common border. For example, in this instance, Chirundu. Then there was another intervention from the honorable member regarding how Chirundu were able, I think my colleague will also come and supplement, is that how we're dealing with drugs issue. Like I want to just indicate that for Chirundu, we have a full-fledged office for our Drug Enforcement Commission, and they work with all other agencies. They work closely with immigration, customs, and all other, and the police. So they actually also take part in some joint operations, surveys, like we do as well with our colleagues, not just on the Zambian side, but with our colleagues on the other side. So if there's any intelligence information and anything that may be need to that effect, that is shared and ensure that those drugs do not come through the OSBP. It could either even be intercepted before they come in from each of the countries. So we have that mechanism, that of operation, where we have those need to ensure that we had the presence of experts from that urgency. So basically, those are the two interventions I wanted just to indicate that, but I know my friend Ashua can see could be ready now to respond to the area core. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Very comprehensive interventions indeed. Thank you, Mr. Miti. Mr. Chadzingwa, you may go ahead if you're online. Honorable members, this does not preclude you from seeking clarifications and asking questions. We are almost at the tail end of our program.
There's a hand, Honorable Chair, from Mr. Tassara from COMESA.
Oh yes, they may go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wanted to address two issues on cross-border trade. One of them is the issue raised, Honorable Chair, about the Charter for Traders. I would like to inform our honorable members that in COMESA, the Council of Ministers have already adopted a kind of charter for traders. It is called the Minimum Standards for the Treatment of Small-Scale Cross-Border Traders. It was adopted by the ministers in 2014, and it is up to member states now to implement it. But it looks at all the issues of the obligations of the traders as well as the obligations of the border officials. One of the issues it deals with is that the traders should not pay when they are not being given receipts. They should always pay when they are getting receipts for what they are paying for. And the border officials should explain to the traders the way they are calculating the duty. Everything should be transparent. And as has been mentioned by Jacob, of course, they should, or officials are supposed to be in uniform, or at least they should have badges to identify which entity they are representing. So the charter is already there. It has been adopted by the Council of Ministers. Then I also wanted to raise an issue about the simplified trade regime, which is another issue you raised, Honorable Chair, that there are still some other regulatory issues that traders have to comply with. Yes, that is precisely the case. The point about the simplified trade regime is, as it was designed, it was only meant to allow the small-scale traders to access the preferences that are available under the commercial trading regime. But nonetheless, they still have to comply with other regulatory issues. If they have to comply with standards, they have to comply with other governmental requirements, let's say import licenses that are required. They should still comply with those other regulatory requirements required by governments, because the simplified trade regime was meant only to facilitate access to the preferences under COMESA for the small-scale traders, because previously the preferences only are available to big companies that could comply with regulatory requirements and also be able to get the required certificates of origin. So, Honorable Chair and members, those are the two issues I wanted just to share some more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mkalipi, are you there? I see you have written something. Would you like to ask your question?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm here. I was just wondering, because I was in and out from the meeting because of the connectivity. Do you remember, Chair, when I was engaging, I asked specifically for both presenters as to why this project is taking too long to be implemented. I was wondering if any one of them have tried or attempt to shed some light as why this project is taking too long to be implemented. Let me also explore this opportunity, Chair, also just to ask one question from the last presenter regards to the women participation, of which is very important. And I think that all members here in this platform will also want to see our women taking part in terms of trading in all aspects. But the presenter alluded to the fact that they are informal traders. So it means that if they're informal, so their businesses can't just be regarded as a progressive one. So is any attempt or any plans or any programs if this project is going to be implemented and if those women are going to be capacitated to become formal traders? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Gentlemen, would you like to respond to the Honorable Member's concerns?
Yes, Honorable Chair, if I may come in,
Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the Honorable Member has raised an issue about why the OSBP is taking long to be implemented, given that the Chirundu one was only operational in 2009. We have attempted to indicate that now there are a lot of resources that are required to put up the one-stop border posts and to change the structure of borders to accommodate the one-stop border posts. And it requires also the agreement between the two adjoining countries so that the one-stop border post can be implemented. But as we have indicated in the presentations and also in our earlier responses, the implementation is picking up pace because we have seen that after the Chirundu one-stop border post, we now have also the Tunduma-Nakonde one-stop border post, which is functional. And we have also the Mwami-Muchinji, which is nearing completion. We also have the Kazungula border post, which is awaiting commissioning. So the implementation of the one-stop border post concept across the Southern African region is picking good pace. And we hope that many other borders are going to come on board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any more questions, points of clarification, honorable members?
Honorable Chair,
yes.
I just wanted to respond to the issues of women participation, in this cross-border trade. I think the honorable member was asking on the issues of formality or informality of this particular trade. I must hasten to mention that the time that the issues to do with cross-border trade actually started to take center stage, that was an issue to look at how formal, this particular business can actually be. And I think one of the critical aspects of women participation was representation. So you'd find that most of the women were not represented by any either an association or any other body in order for them to be facilitated to conduct this particular trade. So to formalize the operations of the cross-border trade does not necessarily mean registering, each and every cross-border trade the cross-border traders themselves. And these are the members that are always given information from the organization point of view on how they should conduct their businesses. So in terms of trying to formalize the way of doing business, that's why you see that COMESA has provided a window to simplify some customs documents under the STR, meaning that it is a window that would encourage a more formal way of conducting business between two countries and participated by small-scale traders, particularly women that would want to trade and maybe sell products on the other countries. Moreover, you know that the simplified trade regime, as Mr. Tasara mentioned, does not exempt traders to pay for other requirements as they actually move, like getting the right documentation if they are carrying products that needs for them to get papers. And this has been facilitated. And for example, is that in the movement of goods that actually need probably phytosanitary certificates and others, we actually work with the departments of agriculture and those that are required to provide information of what type of documents that women need to export, for example, honey or other agriculture products, if they've got market within the region. So in terms of formalization, yes, of course, at individual level, because if cross-border traders are growing from small into becoming medium, they actually tend to start registering their businesses. And we have a number of them that have registered businesses and they've got business names and they've continued to actually trade, and others have actually even graduated from small into becoming medium, cross-border traders that are conducting business across the borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In the absence of further clarifications and questions, that brings us to the very end of our second session. I would really like to commend all our presenters. You have shown commendable expertise in the subject area. We really appreciate your meritorious presentations. But we now go into any other business, and after that, we will have closing remarks from the Vice Chairperson, the Honorable Ruth Mendez. But before she does so, honorable members and esteemed guests, please allow me to invite the Secretary General as she would like to make some remarks. Madam Secretary General, may I invite you to address your esteemed committee, your committee, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Honorable Chair, if the issue of insurgency was to be discussed as you had planned, my comments would be relevant. However, at this point, I'm not sure if it would help, but I stand guided by yourselves so that when we bring the issue of Mozambique and the insurgency, we should link it to the issue of trade. I'm not sure if it would be helpful for me to say anything at this point, especially because the committee has not deliberated on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General, for that intervention. We've been doing behind the scenes chatting with honorable members, and every other member seems to be agreed that what the chairman has registered officially is enough for a voice of this committee. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If you allow, then, just to avoid a situation where there is similar lamentation from the previous plenary assembly, and that this committee may be having a similar statement like that of the executive committee, it may help, Honorable Chair, for the committee to link the insurgency in Mozambique in terms of how it is affecting trade, particularly in circumstances where we realize that there's gas or the mineral resources in that area. And undeniably, this will affect trade when resources cannot be routed to the original destinations. Secondly, that it is important to look at how this insurgency is likely to block the trade routes and pilfer the goods which are being transported, thus creating a lack of predictability, among others. And I'm in that way, Honorable Chair, if you allow, the report of the committee to the plenary assembly may create those linkages for relevance. Thank you.
We stand guided, Madam Secretary General. We appreciate your intervention. Let me invite the Honorable Ruth Mendez, our Vice Chairperson, to now give us her closing remarks. Honorable Vice Chairperson.
Muito obrigada, senhor presidente da comissão, e obrigada por me conceder a palavra. Senhores deputados, senhora secretária-geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, estimados preletores, meus senhores e minhas senhoras, chegamos ao fim da nossa reunião e quero muito, sinceramente, agradecer a todos os presentes pelo vosso desempenho durante a abordagem de todas as matérias, tendo revelado a importância que atribuímos às questões que se prendem com o comércio e a integração econômica regional, as quais se relacionam com o desenvolvimento das infraestruturas, particularmente o modelo de posto fronteiriço. Agradeço com veemência à senhora secretária-geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e a sua equipa por mais uma vez terem trabalhado arduamente para garantir o êxito desta reunião. Prezados membros da comissão, passo a convidar-vos para que, em uníssono, agradecermos os estimados preletores do Mercado Comum da África Oriental e Austral, COMESA, da Autoridade Fiscal da Zâmbia, da Autoridade Fiscal do Zimbábue e da Associação dos Comerciantes Transfronteiriços da África Austral, por terem respondido positivamente ao convite do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC para capacitar a comissão sobre os tópicos que acabamos de abordar e por terem sabido corresponder às nossas expectativas. Prezados membros e distintos participantes, a pandemia da Covid-19 mostrou-nos a importância de coordenarmos as nossas ações na região em situação de crise. A pandemia demonstrou-nos o quanto é importante a facilitação do comércio entre nós, sobretudo em situação de crise, porque há necessidade de transportar com celeridade os equipamentos médicos, os medicamentos, alguns bens essenciais, inclusive bens alimentares, que são canalizados, passando por várias fronteiras para chegarem aos seus destinos. Estamos a considerar que não podemos subestimar a necessidade de procedimentos comerciais em conformidade com controlos comuns, com a criação de sistemas de infraestruturas desenvolvido como postos de fronteiriços únicos. Meus senhores e minhas senhoras, a intervenção que tivemos hoje destacaram o papel dos parlamentos nacionais em garantir a priorização pelos nossos governos da criação de infraestruturas adequadas que facilitem os procedimentos comerciais que permitam que haja harmonia nas nossas fronteiras. Torna-se, pois, necessário identificar e resolver os fatores que estão a limitar a implementação dos postos fronteiriços únicos na região da SADC, apoiar a promulgação de legislação relevante para a implementação de postos fronteiriços únicos na região e, a partir da experiência piloto da fronteira do Xirundo, em que está criada uma fronteira única, tirarmos as lições para a implementação dos postos fronteiriços nas nossas fronteiras onde não existe. Para terminar, espero que a interação que aqui estabelecida com os nossos preletores, incluindo com as instituições que estes representam, nos ajudem a passar por ações concretas na nossa região, no âmbito dos objetivos da Agenda da Integração Econômica e Regional. Muito obrigada.
Obrigado, Honorable Vice Chair. This brings us to the end of the meeting. Thank you all for attending and actively engaging the resource persons.
Honorable Chair, we're unable to hear you.
We've lost the chair, I think, Edna.
He's logged in, but I'm unable to hear him.
Edna, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I got kicked out for a while there.
You are muted, Honorable Piri. You are muted.
Thank you.
Secretary General, I was saying that the Honorable Chair, if he could restart his closing remarks.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Veronica? There's a request. The closing remarks were not. The closing remarks were not audible. If we could kindly resubmit.
Okay. Okay. Senhora Deputada? Senhora Deputada? Sim, senhora Deputada. A locução de encerramento não foi convenientemente ouvida.
Okay.
Pede-se, por favor, que a senhora Deputada repita o encerramento, a locução de encerramento, por favor.
Está bem, muito obrigada e peço desculpas, não percebi que não estava a ser ouvida. Senhores deputados, senhora secretária-geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, estimados preletores, meus senhores e minhas senhoras, chegamos ao fim da nossa reunião e queremos sinceramente agradecer a todos os presentes pelo vosso desempenho durante a abordagem dos temas aqui tratados, tendo revelado a importância que atribuímos às questões que se prendem com o comércio e a integração econômica regional, as quais relacionam com o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas, particularmente o modelo de posto fronteiriço. Não me ouvem? Posso continuar?
Vou ouvi-la, senhora. Vou ouvi-la, senhora deputada.
Agradeço
Pode continuar.
com veemência a secretária-geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e a sua equipa por mais uma vez terem trabalhado arduamente para garantir o êxito desta reunião. Prezados membros da comissão, passo a convidar-vos para, em uníssono, agradecermos os estimados preletores do Mercado Comum da África Oriental e Austral, da Autoridade Fiscal da Zâmbia e da Autoridade Fiscal do Zimbábue e da Associação dos Comerciantes Transfronteiriços da África Austral, por terem respondido positivamente ao convite do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC para capacitar a Comissão sobre os tópicos que acabamos de abordar e por terem sabido corresponder com as nossas expectativas. Prezados membros e distintos participantes, a pandemia da Covid-19 mostrou-nos a importância de coordenarmos as nossas ações na região em situação de crise. A pandemia demonstrou-nos o quanto é importante a facilitação do comércio entre nós, sobretudo em situação de crise, porque há a necessidade de transportar com celeridade os equipamentos médicos, os medicamentos, alguns bens essenciais, inclusive bens alimentares, que são canalizados, passando por várias fronteiras para chegarem aos seus destinos. Estamos a considerar que não podemos subestimar a necessidade de procedimentos comerciais em conformidade com os controlos comuns, com a criação de sistemas de infraestruturas desenvolvidos como postos fronteiriços únicos. Meus senhores e minhas senhoras, as intervenções que tivemos hoje destacaram o papel dos parlamentos, mais uma vez, mas em garantir a priorização pelos nossos governos da criação de infraestruturas adequadas que facilitam o procedimento comerciais e que permitam que haja harmonização nas nossas fronteiras. Torna-se, pois, necessário identificar e resolver os fatores que estão a limitar a implementação dos postos fronteiriços únicos na região da SADC, apoiar a promulgação de legislação relevante para a implementação de postos fronteiriços únicos na região e, a partir da experiência piloto da fronteira de Chirundo e de outras que já existem, em que está criada uma fronteira única, tirarmos as lições para a implementação de postos fronteiriços nas fronteiras onde não existem. Para terminar, espero que a interação que aqui estabelecida com os nossos preletores, incluindo as instituições que eles representam, nos ajudem a passar para ações concretas na nossa região no âmbito dos objetivos da Agenda da Intervenção Econômica Regional. Muito obrigada.
Thank you once again, Honorable Vice Chairman, Vice Chairperson. Thank you. This, I presume, brings us to the very end of our meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members and
Thank you.
esteemed guests.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you very much, honorable members.